Hi everyone, welcome. This is actually Lychee stream. I am co-casting here today with her, Sadoko. So very nice of Lychee to have me here today with you guys.
是的，感谢官方赛事独家大屏合作平台百视通，通过百视通 IPTV、互联网电视、东方有线等平台都能够在云电竞专区收看全程赛事。官方合作直播平台 CC 直播、哔哩哔哩直播、快手直播、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、抖音直播。官方合作社交媒体平台微博，官方合作媒体人民电竞、有酒网、网络电竞、1000字节、游
Yeah,
戏日、
so
酷玩游戏、赛高电竞、有麦文化、超时电竞。官方内容合作伙伴网易大神对本次赛事的。
I'm feeling very hyped up. I hope we are in for a day, maybe not a whole 9 hour day like last time, but if it ends up being that long, then that means we're in for a good time despite it being a long time. So either way, really excited. I believe today is one of the days we see one of the teams that go on to actually qualify further for the next tournament matches. So really excited to see that as well.
Yes, and hello everyone. I think I was just muted until now. So thanks, Sadako, for carrying the introductions out. I think Sada was the only person who could hear me for now, but hopefully everybody else can hear me now. So hello everybody in the chat, and thank you, Sadako, for joining me on the stream today.
Yeah, absolutely. Lychee here was just saying hello to pretty much everyone that was in the chat. So, yeah, hello everyone. Nice to see you guys. Remember, if you are here supporting a specific team, make sure to make your voices known. If you're here to support both of the teams, then that is equally valid, and be sure to spread the positivity in the chat as well. But we're going to take a look at the prize pool really quickly here. Me and Lychee kind of had a promise here we won't be super caster mode. So we're going to just try to be a little bit more laid back today. But here is the bracket as well.
Okay, and it looks like I'm not the best with volume controls here, so y'all will have to pardon me as I try to fix the stream a little bit. I'm hoping this time it won't be as laggy as last time at least, but I think, yeah, I'm still adjusting to the new setup here, so hopefully we won't have as much lag. But let me see if I can adjust our volumes really quick, Sato.
Totally fine. If they can't hear me, then maybe they can see me a little bit better. Here is, I believe, Golden Ratio Ball. I was talking about him on my stream, but now I'm going to make him known to your stream. I like to call these my little munchies, and I like to squeeze them so hard they almost burst. That is a joke, but I digress as we take a look at the matches we have today. So GW versus GR, really exciting first matchup. Can't wait to see what they have in store for us. Lychee was schooling me a bit on what to expect here, and this is their rematch, so that is extra exciting to see who ends up the victor out of these matches.
Yeah, definitely. And like I was trying to say earlier, at least at the beginning of this stream, this is completely live, so that's why we're streaming at a pretty late hour for myself and Sadako at least, but really exciting because we'll get to watch everything unfold along with all of you and everybody else in China too. So yeah, really exciting. And like Sato said, this is the rematch of GW and GR. We already saw them play before, and GW won over GR 2-0 last time, which is pretty significant, especially since GW are kind of seen as the underdogs coming into this based on their performance last year in IVL. So I think it'll be fun to see this rematch happen and see what goes down. Does GW still have the upper hand this time, or is GR going to come around? But yeah, we're just going to watch through the player intros. Not going to read through everything today, but if we see something fun, we can discuss it together.
Yeah, it's a little hard turn off the caster mode I've already found, so we're just gonna have to see how how well that goes for the rest of the night. But yeah, we got the super cool, funky, fresh looking player cams as I hope they know that's so awesome. Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, always, I don't need to be creature Pearson thief jump scared again, but here we have another thief as a featured character. Um, I kind of hope we do and do not see the thief come out, but it's the variety that is the spice of life that comes out with these tournaments that make things interesting, right? So
Yeah, for sure. We did see that Thief come out before on the first time that GW played GR. Actually, I'm pretty sure they brought out Thief in both matches when they won 2-0 against GR last time. So maybe, who knows, Thief might be like the secret weapon that GW has against GR. We'll see how it plays out this time for sure. But yeah, the players seem very happy right now. So that's fun.
I mean, I would be too. You're getting the opportunity to really show what you're made of against someone that you previously faced, and it's do or die in this situation, honestly. You know, how to have that little friendly competition, a little bit of rivalry, especially in like a competitive tournament setting too.
Yeah, definitely. It's really exciting because I mean, whoever wins is gonna go on and represent mainland China against the global teams. So that in itself is a pretty big honor, but also the chance to then finally compete in that final stretch of the tournament is such a big deal. But yeah, we just saw GW, so now we're gonna see GR's intros here and see each of their characters show up, and it'll be fun. Um, yeah, always a little hard, like Sato said, to turn off the caster mode. I keep wanting to read the stats on the screen, but I'm holding back for now.
Yeah. Oh my God, with GR coming out, pick up your heads, kings and queens, your crown has fallen. But like, I always love the creativity that comes out with these team names and their little symbols that represent them. Like, who wouldn't like pass the opportunity to choose to call themselves royalty? I mean, gotta love that. I mean, glory, right? For one, for glory for all. So it's really fun to see. I hope that they like have little crowns that they wear at some point too, because it'd be a shame to not really just take advantage of that.
That would be really fun. I think, yeah, I wish the players would sometimes do fun stuff like that too. But who knows? Maybe they will. I've seen so far the most I've seen is some of them have like cool headphones that they like to show off when they're on these face cams. So I don't know, but we do get a nice view of their dorm room here, which is always fun. It's very well lit, apparently. I'm sure it's daytime. It's like 2 in the afternoon for them too. So
Why they gotta be blasting their lights like this? They open up like the curtain all the way. But I mean, it looks really nice in there. Kind of looks like, you know, like a manor in a sense. Gotta suit it for the team name, I suppose.
yeah, definitely true. Um, yeah. And Han Han is saying in the chat, all I want is for Emily to be picked. So I hope so too. It'd be fun to see some Emily today, I think. But we've seen her a little bit. We saw her against was it Percy or who was it the other day? I think
I think it was
Mad
Undead,
Eyes.
yeah.
No, wait, was it the Mad Eyes that we saw an Emily
Wait.
being played?
Yeah, you're right. Actually, it was a Mad Eyes. I'm pretty sure, at least. Don't quote me, but that sounds about right.
So yeah, we'll have to see if she comes out again. But I think there is definitely potential. I mean, she does counter certain hunters, so we'll see. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my gosh, I love that every single time we change the camera onto the casters that we are currently watching, they always have kind of little Identity 5 merch. I just can't. Like, I love that. I love seeing the variety there. Little mini Joseph staring right at me.
Yeah, I saw that too, and it's so fun because every time they pan around the set, it's like they always have different stuff scattered around everywhere. It's like a little scavenger hunt to see what they're hiding on this set here. But I'm jealous because I was telling this to Veronica too last time she was commentating with me on the channel. I don't have any of the little plushies, so I would want one someday potentially, but the casters get to have them right next to them as they cast, so that's fun.
Right. Well, looks like that's a future investment for you. I believe we are going on to Ever Sleeping. The screen's a little blurry, but lychee, do us the honors here in enlightening.
Yeah, so you're right, Sadako. We are on Ever Sleeping Town, and Priestess is going to be the first ban here, which is not really any surprise because it's Ever Sleeping Town. But yeah, we'll see who else gets chosen on this cute little stage set here. Well, not really cute, but it looks very cool. It's cool stage animation here.
I know, we're like behind the scenes at Universal Studios. Oh my gosh. I love the little animations that come with this like backdrop too, with like writing the little things. But yeah, we're gonna also take a look at the first picks for the survivors, and shocker to absolutely no one, we're going to see hashtag woman represent with antiquarian and female dancer. So, really strong characters currently. Love to see them. Yeah, pretty much woman respecting month, absolutely.
Yes, definitely. And looks like actually the hunter's banning the rescuers. They're banning the mercenary and the first officer. And last time I saw Anyi do this in Call of the Abyss, he ended up playing the Bonbon and doing really well with that Bonbon after the rescuers got banned. Like, basically, the survivors were forced to choose Wildling as a rescuer, and then that didn't work out too well, and they really got an advantage through that, I think. So, I don't know, maybe we'll get to see the Bonbon today.
Yeah, rather shocked to see the weeping clown come out. Um, uh, Interesting. I feel like I've seen, maybe in my personal opinion, one really good execution of Weeping Clown pulled out in last Call of the Abyss. So hope that this can match up to that, because I don't think Weeping Clown is necessarily a very strong character to have in a team lineup, especially when you are like trying to get as much points as possible in the first half of your, or like just to start off the tournament games in general. But excited to see him nonetheless. It's definitely a different pick.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I'm curious to see how this goes because we don't see him too often, especially in the first round. But I do remember him being played last time. Oh, it is a Bonbon that's being played by the hunter. But yeah, I do remember the last time there was this moment where the antiquarian was trying to hop onto the rocket along with the weeping clown, but then because she was swinging her stick, she couldn't actually like get on with him, and that wasted a couple of seconds. So I think that was a lesson learned for everybody that she has to like stop using her skill first. But should be interesting to see how they work together because it's definitely a very strong teamwork composition here that we have.
Right, and that's, well, I mean, I guess it depends on what team you're cheering on for, right? But you did talk about the Bonbon before and how successful Anyi was. So um maybe history will repeat itself in that there's really no tanky characters in this situation, and perhaps Bonbon can use that to his advantage. But gonna look at these spawn selections as well. Not really shocked that there's at least one of the stunners in the center, and yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see how this turns out. Bonbon's gonna be rather close to the forward as well, but I wouldn't. Rather, I'm not gonna say anything for sure because I'd rather just see how things are going to turn out in this situation. I feel like there's an advantage towards someone, but I don't want to lay the caster curse on either team right now.
Yeah, that's true. I think this I'll be curious to see what they decide to do for the rescues because I feel like nowadays forward is not commonly played as a rescuer. I mean, we barely see him much in general, but even when he is played, a lot of times it's like he's more so there for the support and the harassing and not necessarily considered a stable rescuer. So although he could try to stun like with the bonbon and his bombs, it's pretty difficult to do that. So I don't know. I'm curious to see how that'll work. And I guess Weeping Clown, we'll see what his role is if he decides to bring like act as like a secondary rescue or something. But yeah, for now we're just gonna watch this animation going into the match.
Yeah, I mean, always, I feel like a breaking record saying it, but gotta love the detail put into it. It's always really cool, and I feel like every year they kind of step it up with their budget, I suppose, and really investing in making things look really exciting and, graphically awesome like that. But, heading right into the match here, Bonbon's going to be scouting on his first target, and he is going into the vicinity of AK, not seeming like he's going to want to commit to him just yet.
Yeah, looks like he tried to mind game a little bit here, but didn't really work out. And now AK the forward is just gonna take this kite and start using his football. And this Bonbon has insolence and detention here, so we'll see if that can help him along with getting the presence and chasing and camping and things like that.
Wow, yeah. Took one chip damage already. Already took all of his rugby ball and trying to get away, but five ciphers still remain and kind of just retroactively interrupted. But ooh, good stun on that rocket here. Allowed the forward to gain a little bit more distance and continue on this graveyard area. Does not get hit just yet. Actually, I take that back. He's going to take another chip damage, and yeah, things are looking rather exciting so far with the blink too.
Yeah. Oh, the forward managed to dodge the bomb over there though, but he is kind of in an area where he's very easily able to be bombed. Unfortunately, Anyi has no bombs left, so the forward's actually just gonna go to the corner and probably die over here to avoid going down towards a rocket chair or his teammates, and is gonna get chaired kind of in the secluded graveyard area here. It felt like a pretty long kite, but I feel like the cipher progress is actually not super high. Maybe because they came over for some support at some points as well, or had to run away due to the kiting rotation. But we'll
Right.
see.
Yeah, it seems like Hart is just giving to Nidus in this situation. You kind of don't want to really commit to rescuing with a Bonbon right away, especially with such low cipher progress at this point in time. But, providing that Tinnitus is keeping him there on the chair so he won't leave. So really, game sense is strong in that sense, but it doesn't seem like they're going to go in for the rescue, which I would believe is the smart move in this situation. Unfortunate that, forward is dead so early on, but you kind of have to sacrifice at that case. But Anyi seems like he is going to get rid of the last resource of the female dancer's music boxes and continue onwards.
Yeah, so onwards to the next chase here. We'll see, is the Weeping Clown the one who's going to get chased here? Bonbon does have a little bit difficulty against these characters who can go so far, but he's actually he's kind of getting cut off here because Ani counter looped him the other way. So it kind of ended up in the Weeping Clown utilizing quite a bit of his rocket skill for not gaining too much out of it. But we'll see. He already has one chip here. And another chip here as well. And it has a remote control bomb. Only one chip left needed to down this Weeping Clown.
Yeah, very true. It's going to be the fight to the death in the situation. Wow, really going to use that rocket to gain distance around this graveyard area. It's smart to be continuing the kite and this so you're not disrupting your teammates, but he does go down unfortunately. Really valid attempt, but he will be seeing the chair for the first time as the cipher progress is continuing onwards. Not the best situation, but they did what they could, as forward's death was inevitable so early on, going to inevitably also chase off the female dancer off her cipher. So a little bit unfortunate on the side of the survivors, but they can continue onwards as well. But it seems like Anya is not going to go out of his way to just stay on that chair and chase off that antiquarian, my mistake. But yeah.
Yeah, so I guess the problem right now is the cipher they're trying to finish is close to the rocket chair they're at. Plus this is Bonbon at full presence, but he actually doesn't have too many bombs left. The female dancer takes a hit, but can they go over and make this rescue? What is happening here? They're switching places. Female Dancer is going to try to go over to pop the Cypher while the Antiquarian goes for the rescue. But the Cypher progress is a little bit short at the moment. And the chair is... Oh, she does get the rescue, but Blink goes ahead and takes down the Weeping Clown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, really unfortunate. It's a good thing that Antiquarian's here to provide a little bit of pressure. Is going to hit that Bonbon for a second, dropping the Weeping Clown, and that it's really the last Cypher to be primed. But look at all these bombs. She does take a chip damage. Is going to drop the Weeping, but you know the last Cypher is primed, so 3 survivors are up and running. So definitely good attempt at the pressure and buying that time to allow all 3 survivors to go, but Anya is on the hunt now as the tension is in the air.
Yeah, that was a really close moment there at the rocket chair. I didn't know whose favor was going to end up turning out in, but pretty surprised to see that happen. But in the end, the survivors really managed to pull it off with the Antiquarian support and everything. So that was quite impressive to see. I don't know if the Female Dancer is going to make it if she just tries to make a straight run for the gate here. It's not even open, so they are going to have to rotate around a little bit. It looks like the Antiquarian is going to be able to get that door open on the other side eventually. She has a slow gate opener, but she's not really being disturbed at the moment. So let's see how long this kite, the Weeping Clown, can do.
Yeah, hopefully he can buy enough time. He is close to that dungeon. Thankfully, he does not get hit through that window here, but he is going to continue onwards with this little area. The bombs have been dropped. They aren't really successful, but he is going to move away instead. Yeah, all these bombs finally get the Weeping Clown down, so rather unfortunate, but he did buy a lot of time for both exit gates to be open, so that is a 2-man kill and a 2-man escape from both teams. So good job from both of them actually to stand their ground and not allow the other, a little bit more of advantage.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's not a bad start for either team. I feel like based on the Cypher progress and what happened throughout most of the match, it looked like it was a little bit more in Bonbon's favor, like at least getting a tie and potentially even getting a win. But that last round with the rescue really turned things around, I feel like. Mainly the Antiquarian support. I was really scared for the Female Dancer when she came over and ended up taking the bomb hit and was at half health, but she managed to get away, and luckily Bonbon didn't really have too many bombs left at that point. So I think given the situation, it turned out the best that it could for this survivor side.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's really quick thinking, knowing how to react to things in a more strategic way. And that's really impressive, I guess you would say, because sometimes you would get, I guess it depends, right? Because you are in a higher level, you're going to be thinking a little bit differently than like the average player. But still, I think that was a lot of discipline on the side of the survivors. So it was good on them knowing when to tap out and then, pass the baton onto their teammate to try to get that rescue. And it ended up paying off, but as you said, it was really risky.
Yeah. So I guess we have the match statistics, which we don't necessarily have to go through everything, but yeah, pretty interesting to see that play out there, especially since we were saying this is the first time we saw the Weeping Clown. So we got to see a little bit of his utility. Like, he came in pretty early on, I feel like, for a little bit of support, actually, getting that stun on the Hunter. And then later on, he basically just became the kiter for the rest of the match. So we did see he could use his rocket to kind of get away from the Bonbon, but at the same time, because of his specific location in the graveyard, the Bonbon managed to kind of trick him a little bit and eventually get him down in an area where it was difficult to avoid the bombs. So ended up being a pretty evenly matched situation between both sides after all that happened.
Yeah, and like when you tend to see like these niche picks pulled out, it's either they do something miraculous or they kind of fall short. And while this wasn't like necessarily a miraculous, like game-changing moment that the Weeping Clown came out and did a lot, again, you did say that we did see utility, and I don't think he failed in any sort of way. So it was really interesting to see, like the actual utilization of his rockets. I mean, I wouldn't have expected it to come like right away and be able to stun the Bonbon just in the mid kite, right? Because sometimes you prioritize just working on the cipher machines instead of like trying to support your teammates, which sometimes is the play, sometimes it's not, just depends on the situation. But yeah, it's interesting to see that we can come be played this time.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not. Like in this case, I think the stun was really helpful, but it did cause their cipher progress to slow down a bit since they weren't, like you said, they weren't all decoding. But we will be moving on to the next match now. So we'll see how this goes if they're able to break the ice here and potentially one team will gain an advantage over the other and break this tie. But yeah, continuing on Ever Sleeping Town, of course, and GR's Hunter Super Rich is going to be up first. We've seen him play quite often recently, banning off a lot of stunners right off the bat. We saw how effective the Antiquarian was last time, Sadao, so she's just going to be taken right off the board along with that Prospector. But GW has an answer, and the answer is the Thief. My goodness.
They're going Super Saiyan mode and saying, you don't want to have these stunners come out? Then fine, I'll pull out my magical, miraculous flashlight, and that will be the answer to all of our problems. But you won't catch me slipping this time. I'm not gonna get surprised by people. But yeah, I mean, again, just kind of like similar to like Weeping Clown. We don't. Okay, I assume that's not intentional, but I digress. When we see niche picks, sometimes they're miraculous, sometimes they fall short, sometimes they just exist. Um, Excited to see what the thief might bring to the table. If that's really a lucky guy, count your blessings, everyone. Yeah, in all seriousness, I wonder who the fourth pick would be in this situation if you're pulling out the thief as your quote stunner unquote.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. GW really doesn't like to play conventional a lot of times. Like they've brought out the garden. I think the gardener at some point in their career. Xingchen, who's playing the lucky guy, like I'm not. If it is the lucky guy, I'm not surprised that he's the one who's playing the lucky guy because he's the one who plays like professor and gardener and kind of more of the untraditional picks and tries to do things with them. So that's quite interesting. Everybody else is kind of playing their specialty too, like SXY, really known for his mercenary in IVL, one of the top mercenary players. Disu on the thief, as usual, I guess I can say by now. And then Yin L on the female dancer. That's also one of their specialties too, that female dancer, and they are really good at it. But now it's the Naiad coming out from Super Rich here. I feel like we haven't actually seen too much Naiad, so it should be fun to see a Naiad in the mix now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when we did see the Naiad, it was literally just Super Rich pulling it out, so I'm not necessarily shocked to see it out again for this matchup, but always exciting to see some variation in the hunters. But yeah, I mean, not wanting to stay in one area to get, or rather, she is an anti-loop hunter, so gotta play really strategically in that sense. And I mean, some of these not hunters, some of these survivors can counter or like have that mobility to get out of the moisture areas pretty easily, but it's also about the mind games, I suppose. And we did also see some pretty cool utilization of the Naiad before, in that they would do circles and really throw the survivors off. So I hope we see something like that this time too.
Yeah, that's true. They always have some cool tricks up their sleeves, so we can always learn from them, which is nice. Um, yeah, but Naiad might end up chasing this lucky guy first based on the spawn selection. We'll have to see, but Thief does kind of counter Naiad, so I don't know if what this Naiad is going to do to deal with the Thief here. Naiad, on the other hand, does counter a female dancer quite a bit because, like you mentioned, Sadao, she is anti-loop. She can force the survivors to transition, and of course the boxes are stationary. So although she can pick them up and drop them off again, it kind of is a little bit hard sometimes to do that mid-chase. So it does kind of counter the female dancer as well, but based on the spawn location, the female dancer is quite far away. So that's why I feel like maybe this Naiad might end up going for this lucky guy first, but we'll see. This is exciting. We get to see a lucky guy in Call of the Abyss, which rarely happens.
I really can't believe that we're seeing a lucky guy be played out. I guess like in a conventional traditional sense, you're going to go either wish or try to search a chest for a gun, but I wonder if the priority will be something different. Like sometimes we've seen lucky guys go for something like the elbow pads or the perfumes instead. So I wonder what their weapon of choice will be in this regard. But we're going to go right into the match, and Super Rich is going to throw the harpoon and immediately go towards center, where it seems like she's going to go for her first target now.
Yeah, and this does seem to be the lucky guy who's getting chased first. Oh, was able to get quite a bit of distance there with the elbow pad, I think that was.
Yes.
So, but now the Naiad is managing to kind of loop around this area with the humidity. Actually, it's the Mercenary who has taken quite a bit of humidity so far, but now Lucky Guy has quite a lot. She's gonna, took the damage from the water here, unfortunately. Does have to be quite careful because he doesn't have any more items at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like he did get the speed boost from that vault through the window. Instead, is gonna have to play this really carefully not to go down super quickly at the start of this match here. He's doing a good job so far, but it's only a matter of time that utilizing the blink here. I thought she was gonna get hit by the tram. But is going to pick up the lucky guy and chair him for the first time. So not a bad start for Super Rich.
Yeah, true. I feel like this lucky guy kite, we didn't really see him go too much towards his teammates, which might have been strategic, but on the other hand, like there wasn't too much support during the first kite, so I'm curious what survivors are going to do for like the next rebound kite. But for now, we'll have to see how the rescue goes. Naiad is very vigilantly camping the area here, and even for Mercenary, sometimes there's a little bit of pressure, so let's see.
Right. Ooh, yeah. So is going to get that rescue off. Thankfully, did not get anything more than just the basic hit in that situation, but Lucky Guy is going to be the target yet again. It's going to retain a little bit of a speed boost due to that vault, but going into a rather open area. So, ooh, he has an elbow pad, does not get hit with the charge attack, and we're going to see the harpoon be thrown again. So, yeah, unfortunately. Ooh, so it seems like that they did do like an item swap situation. I didn't even notice, but unfortunately, the lucky guy is going to go down now.
Yeah, the mercenary was able to give off some of the elbow pads to the lucky guy, but although the lucky guy had two elbow pads to work with, I feel like he actually didn't get very far. Again, I'm not sure if it was somewhat intentional to stay away from other ciphers, but it did look like the elbow pads didn't actually gain too much distance. Though it did help him like avoid one of the Naiad's charges, but in general, we'll see. In general, I felt like it went a little bit short. And it looks like they're actually deciding not to rescue the survivor here and not take any more damage from the team. They just sacrificed the lucky guy, and now they're going to go decode. Naiad adding a little bit of humidity to that cipher just to make it a little bit more painful for decoding. And she's on to the hunt for the next target, who happens to be the mercenary closest by. So let's see what the move is here.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate in that situation. Again, a lot of resources were utilized in trying to get that lucky guy an extra effort in that rebound kite. And again, you said it fell short, but the mercenary had utilized his last elbow pad, and now he's going to have to rely on his raw kiting ability as he transitions away. But again, Super Rich is playing Naiad, who is high mobility and anti-loop, so going to be really hard for the mercenary to really gain distance in that regard, but he's doing a good job so far. But the humidity does rise. He narrowly avoids getting hit with the moisture, so impressive in that situation. Does get also the stun from the pallet, so doing a really good job at holding his own so far, and we have one cipher remaining.
Yeah, and the Naiad has come over here now, and Thief is the one who's on the run. It looks like Mercenary might be searching a chest for additional items or something like that. Thief here is gonna take the kite, so let's see how effective this Thief is here. Got terror shocked by the Naiad here, which is quite unfortunate. Thief, I mean, I guess he vaults a little bit faster, right? But still, the Naiad's hit is very quick as well, so her attack speed is very quick too. So unfortunately, that mind game there didn't really work out for the Thief, and he's on the chair before the last cipher is primed, and Naiad is trying to kind of apply a little bit of control there too. So a little bit unfortunate there. We'll see if they can salvage the situation though, because the other two are still at full health. Mercenary managed to heal himself with a syringe, so he's back at full health now.
Yeah, definitely a good turn of events in that regard, having that extra cushion to fall back on. Does get the rescue off, so that's good. Takes the hit for the thief, so the thief can continue with the rebound kite as he tries to continue to flash the Hunter narrowly, but it seems like Super Rich is tired of that, doesn't want to deal with any of that nonsense, is going to instead change priorities here, knowing that there is one cipher remaining, which is where the female dancer is, and the kite is going to ensue on the female dancer at this.
其实发财鱼女是有研究的，包括第一波救人的时候围了一个双陷阱圈，但是食药药没上当，我觉得真的是
他也是
有研究。
老救人位了嘛？
对，老救人位了。哎呦，这边还躲一下车。
那现在发财就是有点受限于这两台遗产机中间了，反而是给到求生者一些拉扯的空间。又摸了个表，我知道这把的星儿不是星辰，是失效药。
主要是有慈善家在，你知道吗？就感觉摸个箱子那就跟玩儿一样。
哎，那看一下的话，
那边还有个啥？还有个娃。
Bot over. There's a bot over there too. Sorry, I was muted again for a little period of time, so I'm not sure how much of that the stream caught. But yeah, a strange series of events happening.
Yeah, it seems like the thief is going to go down before the last cipher is able to be. So, unfortunate, but yeah, we also took a look at all these different items coming into play, whether it's the pocket watch, the from the originally the mechanic, which is always interesting to see come out in these chests. So rather cool. The last cipher is going to be continued on as the female dancer is going to try to get this rescue off. There is the ongoing pressure of the humidity and the moisture, is not wanting to get trapped at this time. Who is going to take that extra moisture hit? So, whoa, really good use of the flywheel to not get hit in that situation. The last cipher is primed, so is going to be able to get that last rescue off, but unfortunately the blink does secure the kill onto the thief now.
Yeah, so Blink taking down the thief, and the thief is dead on chair, so the survivors do have to worry a little bit about the Naiad coming after them here. Luckily, the bot there is aiding to open the gate, which is pretty nice for the survivors. It looks like they can manage to go out on that side, and the mercenary had that pocket watch, so he just jumps right out the dungeon. Does end up being a tie here again, so that means round one is 2-2. Again, with another bunch of endgame chaos. I feel like both of the games we've seen so far, it was like endgame rescue situation ends up being very chaotic. So making it interesting, keeping us on our toes.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with you. Are we smelling another overtime, Lychee? I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see. But yeah, I mean, again, really good job so far from both teams. I think Naiad is really hit or miss, right? In the it's a draw hunter or like a 4K hunter. We did see a draw again, but I would just want to say it's definitely just good that the Naiad didn't get anything less than that, because that was very much in opportunity, or rather an option that could have happened in this situation. So again, really good. The tug of rope is not on either side yet, but we're gonna have to see how they both rebound in the next matches that are coming up.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like you were saying about the overtime. I don't know, Sadako. The two of us, we tend to get those overtimes, right? So for everybody else, I mean, I don't know if everybody else saw day 5, but I guess this is a little bit of a spoiler here. There were overtimes involved. In fact, there was 2 overtimes involved. And I was guest casting on Sadaquil's stream there too. So the two of us were on a 9-hour stream, which is always super fun. I personally don't watch a lot of the matches live actually, so it's pretty different for me to sit here for such a long period of time watching the matches. I feel like because NAEU we don't have a lot of tournaments that are live, so it's not a lot of live tournaments to watch. And then for the matches in Asia, they're always at an inconvenient time to watch live, so I always end up watching the replay. So now that we're casting, it's like normally when we're casting on the Identity 5 channel, we're usually assigned one or at most like 2 matches a day to cast, but for these streams we're casting like the whole entire day, just the same, like 2 of us. So yeah, that was quite a long stream, and today we might be in for a long haul as well, but luckily there's only 3 matchups going on, so hopefully that'll cut it a little bit less than 9 hours at least.
Well, I wouldn't hold your breath on that. lychee, anything's possible, and if my streams matches where anything to go off, that is quite literally an option too. But you know, we're gonna just have to see it and see if there's gonna be more decisive matches that come up. But in the meantime, we're gonna have to look at the audience crowd. I like how they updated it this year. Instead of like 30,000 prisoners, we have a little more variety, and gotta love to see it. I Seeing the novelist jump up is so bizarre to me. But that's just something that I caught in this. No, oh my god, sorry, the psychologist on the rocket chair. I don't want to see her go up in flames and blast off again.
Yeah, and the mercenary too. I wonder what this is supposed to mean with the numbers there. I'm not really sure if it's like, I don't know what's happening here, but if the survivors are protesting or if they're like voting for them to get flown off here. What is the theme exactly?
All right, campers, it's time to go to the dog shake. But yeah, I don't know either. Maybe it's just a countdown for something, but it seems like the bar's going up. I don't know why though. They're like voting off who they want to go instead. I don't know. That's a tough choice. You're gonna have to pick between the psychologist and the mercenary. Who's gonna go up in flames? Tragic.
Yeah. Neo Psyche said in the chat maybe they're voting on who might win, which is an interesting idea. Like maybe this is, I don't know actually, is this a live vote on the channel, and then we're seeing like the results from the voting, because like the people in the audience are the fans, right? So we're seeing the mercenary get voted off there, and GR, the psychologist, stays. Or was it GR or GW? I don't know. The logo changed.
It's just interesting though to think about that. If they think who's gonna win, and like, oh yeah, here's your prize, you're gonna get sent off into the air and explode. But yeah, so we're gonna see the picks and bans in terms of the map. We're going to go onto Chinatown. So kind of a standard pick. I always like seeing it. It's really nicely decorated, and we always see some kind of utilization of the 2-story hotel. So it's always fun to see that. Maybe a little bit painful if you're a hunter main and you're watching the hunter get looped there, but that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, definitely. The terrain of this map plays a lot into the outcome of the match a lot of times. But we see Super Rich's Naiad is banned right off the bat by GW, so they don't want to deal with another Naiad again. Yeah, if mercenary and female dancer, so we're seeing some similarities at least to the team composition from last time from GW.
Right, yeah. I mean, if you're given the opportunity to pick a female dancer in this meta, especially on this map, it's not really anything shocking. Again, similarly, like the fans that just came in for the antiquarian as well as the toy merchant really help. Well, antiquarian just helpful in general, and then toy merchant has a lot of jump spot opportunities. But it seems like we're going to see another thief pick. I'm not saying that dejectedly, that's just how my voice sounds. But yeah, interesting variety pick here. Not sure if he's quite bringing anything to the table, but sometimes a comfort pick is just something to have in your pocket, I suppose. It's like you're not gonna go out of your way to priority ban a thief anyway, so.
Yeah, that's quite interesting that they chose to play that third, chose to pick that third, but Super Rich here continuing on with bans. I mean, entomologist band, toy merchant band, antiquarian band. Oh, but the GW is just gonna ignore everything and choose a lucky guy once again. So this is quite interesting, but I guess at this point we can't say that we don't expect it from GW anymore. They are definitely very brave to pick out that lucky guy again. I feel like in the last match, I don't know if we really saw the full potential of the lucky guy, or if he has some additional hidden potential we haven't seen. He's definitely not the first to play him among the pro teams for sure, but at the same time, it's like the times that he has been played, I feel like it almost never has been really effective, at least in like IVL and a lot of other tournaments. But I'm sure if they're picking him, they have some strategy in mind. So maybe we'll find out what their strategy is, or maybe they just want like a really flexible character and they'll pick the lucky guy's items. I mean, obviously they'll pick the lucky guy's items based on who the hunter is, but maybe they just like having that flexibility. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, Lucky Guy doesn't have any like inherent debuff, so I guess that's a plus, right? But like when you think about every survivor's utility and kits in terms of resources and just like general play style, it's just like Lucky Guy kind of pales in comparison in theory, right? Because if you're gonna have like, let's say you're gonna pick a, never mind, I'm going to cut myself off. We're going to see a breaking wheel. So again, we've seen a couple breaking wheels come out in this current Call of the Abyss, and we've actually seen pretty decent amount of successes here, kind of catching some of the survivor teams off guard, and even if they brought flywheel, was still really successful. So hopeful to see another successful breaking wheel, but everything is up in the air at this point.
Yeah, that's true. I see NTT in the chat. Hello, NTT. And NTT said, love this utilization of basic characters, which is definitely true. We got Thief, Lucky Guy. Previously, we got the Gardener and even the Doctor at some points. So, I don't know. I feel like all we need is the Lawyer at some point in order to have the whole set throughout COA. But yeah, for now, we'll enjoy the Thief and the Lucky Guy gameplay here. Interesting to have the female dancer in that spot. I feel like she usually takes like the middle or a two-story. I don't know, but maybe that's a good area for the boxes as well. I'm not as familiar. Breaking Wheel though, interesting pick on this map. We used to see him quite a bit on this map, I feel like, but not often nowadays. Super Rich also, I think I saw his Breaking Wheel like once in the IVL playoffs, but it didn't end up going too well for him. So hopefully he can put on a good show this time with this breaking wheel. We'll see how familiar he is, if he's kept up his skill with the breaking wheel since then.
Yeah, and just in general, I do think that he has an advantage over the team as of current, because like, well, like I guess depending on like what the lucky guy chooses to pick out, we did see that the lucky guy did pick the elbow pads at the start of the last match, so can use those to gain a little bit more distance to get away. But breaking wheel just moves so fast that it can kind of just negate any distance that is gained from those elbow pads, and then you can't really do much against a breaking wheel as thief either. So again, I still think the cards are in favor of the hunter, but maybe they'll pull off some kind of miracle god kite in like an anime fashion and style. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, we will definitely have to see. I hope that we will see some teamwork come in from the survivors this time, because I think last time the lucky guy did have to kite alone a little bit until the rebound kite until he got the elbow pads, but we'll see. Breaking Wheel is going ahead and rolling towards the thief first thing, and this Breaking Wheel has the Insolence Detention build, and presumably blink. I think that cooldown is too long for something else.
Yeah, so far so good. We're gonna see that the thief does place down one of those lamps. Is going to take one spike at this time. Kind of juking around the flashlight, trying to use that to his advantage, but again, the breaking wheel is in wheel form. Does take a second spike and has the portable flashlight to try to gain a little bit more distance, but not getting spiked at that point in time. Still trying to get that flashlight off, does narrowly avoid the trap in that regard. Does miss a hit, is being pretty strategic about his flashlight usage, is buying a little bit more time, but the distance is closing and he does finally go down.
Yeah, he almost was able to stun the hunter there, but not quite. Did manage to disable the breaking wheel skill for quite a bit of time. We saw the breaking wheel also was trying to cut off the line of sight from the thief there. But now they're coming in for the rescue, and this is the mercenary already has... Oh, it's just going to go ahead and make that rescue straight away while the wheel is still in the wheel form. So let's see what kind of situation they can set up here. Thief has set up another flashlight and is going to keep cutting around the flashlight, trying to get the breaking wheel to stay there, I guess. He can't go through. The flashlight is at the situation, but he's kind of gone to a different area now. Lucky guy now coming in as a supporter with a gunshot against the breaking wheel as soon as he changes into the human form there.
Absolutely typical lucky guy behavior, but you know, Super Rich is going to go back into wheel form and chase out his target, which is, of course, going to be the thief. The thief has 3 spikes, has that flashlight to try to use in this regard as well. Seeing a little bit of a blur on the camera here as he continues to use that flashlight. When you see the breaking wheel try to get away, but unfortunately is spiked and will be going down for a second time. We are going to see 3 ciphers have been completed and one is over 50% now, however.
Yeah, and although it did waste a little bit of the hunter's time, I feel like for Super Rich, he did a pretty good job of trying to stay out of the thief's range as much as possible and being able to utilize his skill to take that down. But we'll see how the rest of this goes. Thief does have a little bit of flashlight left, but not much. And meanwhile, the mercenary is going to go ahead and make this rescue here and potentially body block for the thief too. The hunter does get stunned right here, so they are able to get away a little bit. However, the blink is now available for the hunter.
Ooh. Yeah, and we're going to see a hit onto the mercenary who was body blocking the entrance of that hotel. So definitely love when I get to see that happen. And you know, we're also going to see throughout this match that we did see more teamwork utilized, and the success of all 4 survivors are still up and running at this point. The last cipher is at 80%, but it seems like all pretty much all of the survivors are trying to or rather they have damage in this situation as the mercenary does go down now, and one is we're getting very close from falling, and that last cipher is not being touched at this time, so a little bit more pressure on the survivors in that regard as Super Rich is in wheel form trying to get Xing Chen down as well.
Has not been on Xinchen has not been on the chair yet though, so I guess for the survivors, it's not a bad thing that the hunter switched target. The rest of them can regroup now and try to get the situation together. However, the breaking wheel is going to go for the cipher, it looks like. I think they might be able to get... Nope, he's going to just go back and camp. The cipher will be primed by the time he got there anyway. Mercenary is going to... Oh, avoided the area, actually, of the skill here. Mercenary takes a hit. They decide to pop the cipher right away, and now all the survivors are standing here at the end game against this breaking wheel, who does have detention actually.
Yeah, surprise, surprise, we're going to see all the survivors up and running. It seems like the thief is going to be the target yet again. Unfortunately, will be going down in this situation, but I will just definitely say that it's really good on GW's side that they were able to pull off something like this with the survivor pools that they had in their team lineup. But you know, we're going to see the thief be sent off to the manor now as Super Rich is going to go back into wheel form to try to pressure the gates. It seems like the gate is really close to being but unfortunately will be going down.
Oh no, the female dancer was so close to making it out of that gate. The gate was already open, but she just couldn't squeeze out of the gate in time, I suppose. Now going down to get chaired in the basement, and we see there's still like 50 something seconds on the tension left, so it'd be a little bit difficult to rescue in this situation, especially since they have no tie turners left and the mercenaries at half health. So they don't really have a choice but to just go out the gate at this point, which the stream has paused briefly. Okay. That was not my problem. I think it was just the broadcast. I was like, what is happening right now? I fear any technical difficulties at this point when it comes to the stream lagging. But yeah, we're back. And it is 2-2 once again in the first match of round 2. So continuing on with the ties. Yeah, I don't know. How do you feel after this yet another lucky guy and thief match, Sadao?
I don't think it was like, oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my life, but it was pretty good just use of their kits and knowledge of the characters in general. And again, you are like, I would like to see a little bit more teamwork because of what happened last match, and that lucky guy was trying to, or rather had to kite alone. And we did see that, and it ended up pulling off, you know, at the end of the day, what was a draw in the situation. It could have been more potentially. So I think it was okay, and definitely surpassed my expectations in this regard for sure. I was expecting to see the survivors lose, but you know, they held their ground, so kudos to them for that.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And looking at the kiting numbers, we do see that they kind of got, I mean, everybody but the female dancer got a little piece of the pie in terms of kiting, whereas the female dancer did a lot of decoding to help the team here. So along with like the supporting and everything else, I mean, everybody contributed quite a lot to this match here. We have Mercenary with 3 rescues as well. So other than just like supporting the kiter, everybody did their part of the work, I suppose. And based on the fact that the thief was down fairly early into the game, I would say, or at least the first hit was fairly early, I feel like the survivors did a good job too of doing that mid-game and late-game support and regrouping and managed to get the cipher primed and have everybody up at endgame. So that was good to see. Yeah, pretty interesting match there. And like I mentioned, we are continuing along with the ties, so we'll have to see if in the second half of this round we'll have something more than a tie. I will say I do have my coffee here today, Sadao, so I am a little bit more prepared for a longer stream than last time.
Yeah,
I see you came prepared too.
Thing. I have a big old thing of soda. What flavor is it? You know, chaos. 3 different Mountain Dews mixed together, so we are in it real today. But yeah, we're going to swap onto the picks and bans in this time. We're going to see a seer ban as well as a female dancer, not really indicative of anything specifically. And I need to get off of super hypercaster mode and yeah, so again, we brought up that we're prepared in case there is going to be overtime and the like. So if you guys have not already, I would recommend that you grab snacks, especially if you're going to stick around for the entire thing. Ooh, a geisha ban.
That is interesting. They are actually allowing Annie to play the bonbon. They think the geisha is the bigger threat. Well, I will say that in this case, on this map, geisha is pretty good. But usually whenever they ban geisha and the hunter has like a very strong bonbon, they would probably want to pick survivors that counter bonbon very well. And while the priestess and mercenary are definitely really good in general and good on this map too, they're not necessarily specific bonbon counters. So I feel like they do have to kind of keep that in mind as they choose their next 2 picks. I don't know what I would feel about the thief coming out. Oh, I guess this is GR, so it wouldn't be the thief. But the embalmer coming in, or not the embalmer, oh my goodness, the patient coming into play here. I said embalmer because embalmer was on my mind as like, I don't know, a potential option, I suppose. He can rescue himself against Bonbon. It's a larger map with 2 stories. GR likes embalmer, so embalmer was on the top of my mind there, but they're actually going to go with the patient for now.
Right, I guess, but yeah, I mean, we could see a Bonbon, but if the priority ban is also the Seer, Bonbon doesn't necessarily mind a Seer, so it's just a little food for thought in that regard. But you know, also going to see a ban on the toy merchant. They're not allowing her out, but ooh, we're going to also see the postman come out as well. So we've seen him come out a couple times in the Abyss. Gotta appreciate him while we can because of, well, just in general, right? Because he's an all-around just like genuine support type character in the sense that he is the like soul support in his kit and utilization, but if you're going to bring out the postman, you're going to bring him out specifically for his decoding letter to increase the ability of Cypher Rush, which definitely makes sense if you have a mercenary and the priestess on the team who have that debuff as well.
Yeah, definitely. I love seeing the postman come out nowadays despite his adjustment. So we'll see how this postman is able to support the team on this map. But it was a good point by you too, ZQ, that the Seer got banned right away. I was thinking Anyi does also have the Wax Artist, but Wax Artist is also not really scared of the Seer. So we'll have to figure out which hunter Anyi has in mind that is scared of the Seer. I guess more hunters than not are scared of the Seer, but in this case, it's just that Anyi does happen to have some strong hunters who aren't. So I don't know. Will be fun to see what he comes out with. But it's another breaking wheel to mirror. Oh, okay. This should be interesting. I mean, I suppose this breaking wheel, like, he can definitely chase after this postman. Postman doesn't have anything really specific to get rid of, like, to kite against the wheel, other than slowing him down when he's in the human form with the dog or something. But the patient, like, breaking wheel can catch up to transitional survivors, and he also can go through the priestess portals without getting stunned. So I guess from the team composition perspective, it kind of makes sense to see the breaking wheel here. And plus, like, I don't know, breaking wheel is also one of those hunters I feel like who could go either way. Like, he could potentially get a loss or a win depending on how things go. He's very easy to get like 3 or 4 escape, but also he does have that win potential too. So it should be another interesting breaking wheel match here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I'm just a little bit curious on how, if the patient ends up being one of the chase targets, how that will play out because, again, the breaking wheel does have that opportunity to catch up to these survivors, but really good use of those hooks, like especially onto that 2-story hotel area, can just throw the breaking wheel for a loop. He has 3 of them, so it can be a little bit of a hassle to deal with. And then, you know, Priestess as well having that elevator aspect of her kit with the portals on like the 2-story area as well. But we'll have to see. Again, also that I expect the postman to be the first target because he doesn't have the most kite potential in terms of comparison to the other survivors. But sometimes we see interesting things come out. Like, I mean, we weren't really expecting, well, I wasn't expecting to see super success with the Survivor team lineup from last match, but it was a pleasant surprise. Rather, though, in retrospect, there isn't really the option to support each other with this team lineup rather than the Priestesses portal, so we'll just have to see what happens.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing about the support. Like, we're so used to seeing the female dancer and the antiquarian and the prospector and even the thief come in for the support, but this time it's just the priestess and the postman, which feels like strange that I'm saying just the priestess and the postman because they're still very good, of course, but it's different than what we've been seeing. And like you mentioned, the priestess portals can potentially come in for support, but she's in kind of a pretty far away spot from the postman, I would say. They're not super close. So the postman might have to kite a bit before he makes his way to that priestess portal. But we'll see. The wheel is on the roll for the first target here, and looks like he's gonna run into AK right away, the postman here, who has already sent off a decoding letter.
Yeah, lucky that he's had that in his rotation of letters right away. That's definitely a good start for them in terms of Cypher Rush. Unfortunate he ran right into Anya at this time because now it puts him in a little bit of a tough situation. Luckily, there is that window that he was able to loop around for a little bit still there, you know, kind of just a hassle to deal with. Does not have a spike just yet, is going to take one, but, you know, vaults that pesky window yet again to gain a little bit of distance. We are going to also see that he does have flywheel, so can use that to his advantage potentially, but he is going to go into wheel form yet again, and there is a portal there, but doesn't really seem to, you know, provide much support in this regard as it's out in the open.
Yeah, and we'll see if he's trying to take the portal right as the breaking wheel changes forms, he takes that portal so that the breaking wheel still gets stunned here, and this important pallet has already been dropped, so breaking wheel is going to have to change to wheel forms to catch back up to that postman. But yeah, that window there was very strong, so good for Ani at least for managing to spike the postman, but he's going to have to still catch up. Oh, blink though comes into play, so he's able to take down the postman with that blink and his ability here, snapping those spikes.
Yeah, it would have been really bad if that blink had missed. Luckily, that did work in Ani's favor, so good on him. But we do see that two ciphers have been pretty much completed at this point. One is about 50%, but Anya is going to go into wheel form. The priestess did get that rescue off pretty swiftly in that regard with the use of the portals. We're going to see the spikes go back onto the postman, but those portals shown yet again how annoying they are to deal with, but it seems like there's a lot of disruption of the ciphers here as there's really big committal to keeping that postman alive.
That was an interesting trick by the priestess there, making the breaking wheel think she's gonna body block and then dodging that hit. That was interesting. But the breaking wheel now is back on the chase to this postman. There is a pallet here, but in the wheel form, it won't do anything to drop the pallet this early, so he's not going to bother with that. What else is in this area? The postman's just going to keep looping, it looks like, around here. There's a priestess portal. Can he make it here? Yep, the postman gets through and uses the dog immediately onto the hunter to slow down the hunter even more. Does still have the spikes there, but has a flywheel that he could potentially use to dodge. Oh, he actually did dodge that snap with the flywheel, I believe. So that was really good for the postman there on that play.
Amazing timing, I would say for sure. That was definitely a deal breaker on if that would extend his kite, and it definitely worked. However, there was two traps. It's going to stop him, and he is going to see the chair for a second time. However, we're seeing or taking a look rather at the cipher progress. There is one cipher left now, and it is well over 50%. So looking really good on the side of GR survivors. Unfortunately, the basement is here, but we do know that there is a priestess who does not care about basements. But it seems like Heart is going to be in the area already to force a rescue instead. Does take that hit, and now things are ready for endgame at this point.
Yeah, as long as they avoid the drop hit, they should be okay here. Does have one more trap left. He's actually just gonna go right through the trap and force the breaking wheel to try to hit him. The cipher's already primed, so they just get up on their feet. Mercenary has that decoding letter too to work with to decode the gate faster, but it's actually the patient who's decoding the one gate there. Yeah, 4 survivors alive at endgame. This breaking wheel does have detention and blink, so should be able to get at least 1 kill here. But if they want to tie, then Ani does want to try to get at least 2. However, there's a big portal here by the priestess, this global portal. Oh
my
no!
Gosh.
That's
my
gonna
God.
be a
Okay.
survivor escape.
Wow, yeah, definitely showing that you cannot underestimate bringing out a priestess in this regard. Yeah, we're going to see a really decisive 4 escape. Definitely. Again, I always have these hesitations with teams in their support, in that, we've mentioned that it was, quote, just a priestess and a postman, but it seemed to end up working out really good for them at the end of the day. So, you know, really amazing show from the side of the survivors, their game sense and their teamwork abilities. And, even just the kiting ability from the postman, having that knowledge on how to even utilize that flywheel at that perfect time was just fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I feel like there's been lots of times too where the flywheel is trying to predict the snap and it doesn't work out. So whenever it does work out, it's always cool to see. And I guess this is one example of why we don't necessarily often see the breaking wheel too much in the meta nowadays. Um, that the way that the survivors work together, like you said, the priestess portals did provide quite a bit of help both during the match and also, of course, at the end game. That global portal causing them to all escape out the gate. So this is really big for GR because their survivors managed to get themselves an advantage. This is a 5-0 in this particular match, and that finally breaks the tie that we've been seeing so far. Round 1 was a tie, and now round 2 is going to go to GR. So if GR can take on the next match and get that win, they would be taking the game against or GW. But that's thinking a little bit too far ahead. For now, we'll just appreciate the match statistics we have and the fact that this postman kited 198 seconds against this breaking wheel. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, I don't remember the teams that they were specifically, but it was last Call of the Abyss where we're seeing a really successful kite from a postman on Arms Factory against one of the hunters just like looping around the factory. And I'm like, Postman did have that kiting potential, and then we kind of just saw it come out again for Breaking Wheel. But I mean, I guess that's accounts more for player knowledge and game sense and knowing the terrain and stuff. So it's pleasant to see. Postman is one of my favorite characters, and to see him utilized to a success was fun. But yeah, I would say that Super Rich has a lot of pressure on him now to bring back more points and stay in the game for his team. But hopefully he does his best and tries to provide more of a back and forth again. The survivors did a really good job at showing that they are able to break the tie streak. So excited for what's to come.
Yeah, definitely. I've been enjoying it, so no matter what the result is, I think this battle between these two teams has definitely been worth watching so far. I saw a lot of people in the chat were saying they hope GW wins because they've improved so much, especially since IVL, where they had a forever losing streak in IVL, it seemed like. But they've really managed to improve so much, and the fact that they're still willing and daring to bring out these non-meta picks sometimes, on the survivor side at least, is really cool to see. It's cool to see them utilize those team compositions and win and show us their improvements. So I think, yeah, I definitely think it would be a really cool story for them to come back with a win and make it to the COA Global Finals. At the same time, I do like GR a lot as well, and I know a lot of people are rooting for them too. They do tend to have a really big fan base, both overseas and in China, I think. So definitely a lot of people on the GR side as well. It's kind of, I don't know, I feel really torn between these two teams because they both have such like important backstories playing into why they want to win this. And I hope that no matter what happens, the matches we see today continue to be really, really awesome. And potentially we might still, I think, be able to see both of them in the global finals because whoever loses out from the loser bracket here still has the wild card. So someone in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I do think that they'll have another chance even if they lose today. So exciting times.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have said it better, honestly. They both have varying motivations and reasons and backstories, and you can't help but like kind of want to cheer on both. So, I mean, that's a good mindset to have in general too, even if you are kind of rooting for one team in specific. It's just good sportsmanship, I suppose you could say, to kind of wish well on the other team. Just in general, again, Identity 5 is an ongoing game that is continuing to grow. The competition grows wider as the esports side of things gets a little bit more tense as there's more people joining the fray. So gotta just generally respect all the players that put in a lot of time, dedication, effort, and just passion for the game as they continue forward with their own journey.
Yeah, that's definitely true. The game has evolved a lot, and I think Call of the Abyss is really cool because we get to see how the game has changed over the years every single time Call of the Abyss happens. But we are going to get into the next round now. This is round 3 of GR versus GW. It's the match point for GR, who has the lead, and this is going to be the Red Church as the map here. So we're going from a large map with 2-story buildings onto a small, flatter map here. And banned right off the bat, we have the Seer, Prospector, and the female dancer on this map here. So we still have the options of like Antiquarian, Priestess. If the survivors really want Mercenary, they have that as an option. Oh, Hunter bands coming in. It's going to be Bonbon and Clerk. So no Clerk or Bonbon for Anyi here. No, taking away the Hunter he's most confident with, as well as one that has quite a bit of win potential there, the Clerk.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, It is such a mystery in my head currently, but I think my thoughts are a little bit more distracted just on a little did you know fact that is in my mind about Red Church. Yeah, if you are unaware and you're fighting for your life trying to get dungeon and you don't want to have crows, if you are playing Gardener specific, well, I guess this is just a general note for Gardener. If you're playing Gardener specifically and you tap onto a rocket chair as if you were disassembling it, it will prevent you from getting crows. But on Red Church specifically, if you tap onto a breakable wall, you won't get crows that way as well. So a little fun fact for you, but just something that came to mind. We're gonna take a look at the final bands now, and it's going to be the Priestess and the Acrobat. I love seeing Acrobat because he is really versatile in what he can do, and he doesn't really have any debuffs because of rather than just the decoding the gate. We won't see him. No justice for Michael Morton, but there is going to be an entomologist instead, so pretty good support too.
Yeah, entomologist coming in. We'll see what happens. The Acrobat ban is interesting because I feel like Acrobat is actually not played as much recently in Call of the Abyss. Definitely last year, up until the end of the year even, he was being played quite a lot, and he hasn't really had any changes necessarily, but it's almost like there's just so many other characters right now that are options to be chosen that Acrobat is seen a little bit less, but still sometimes played. So and still, of course, a really good character, like you summarized. So he is banned, and Postman taking the last ban spot. We have Barmaid coming in as the pick here. So interesting. I don't know. Anyi, I mean, he could potentially pull out something like a Bloody Queen, but at the same time, that's kind of a tie hunter, and he really wants a win here. So I don't know if that would necessarily be the best option. This map, of course, does have the windows that are really detrimental for Breaking Wheel, so I don't think he would necessarily want to bring out the Breaking Wheel. He would pretty much have to bring Confined Space if he did want to try Breaking Wheel, but I think that would be pretty tough.
Right. I'm just very curious about this barmaid pick. By no means am I saying that she's only a niche pick for specific hunters, but like that's kind of what comes to mind when you're picking barmaid specifically. She counters a couple of hunters directly, but yeah, I wonder if it's just more of a pick for versatility and support, or if they're kind of expecting a specific hunter out of Anyi and pick the barmaid due to that. But I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see. You know, Anyi is up to bat here in terms of who he's going to pick as well. Can't wait to see what he has in mind, given that the map is Red Church, and you know, the map is always really important in kind of deciding what survivors and hunters you're gonna pick. But you know, not a bad choice. We are going to see the sculptor come out to play.
Yeah, I think the sculptor. Oh, this is interesting. I feel like I haven't seen Anyi's sculptor in a while, but I also don't watch as much of GW as some of the other teams, so maybe he has been keeping up with sculptor quite a bit. I know GR's Hunter Super Rich also plays sculptor pretty good. So we have Annie here bringing out the sculptor on Red Church. Yeah, like you mentioned, I think it could work. Sculptor is one of the hunters who could potentially still have some win potential. The barmaid and the entomologist. Well, I guess entomologist is a little hard for the sculptor to deal with, especially if she tries to kite around the church area. You don't really have a priestess to support around the church, but the entomologist can still utilize her boxes, not her boxes, her bees to block the doorways. Oh my gosh, I was just thinking, like, at the same time, there's no female dancer to use the boxes in the mid area, and female dancer is a good counter to sculptor too. But yeah, entomologist is actually spawning in the shack and giving barmaid that central location there in the church. Interesting here. We'll see who takes the first chase.
Yeah, I'm just like my mind is running at like 30 miles per hour at the moment. It's running, but not quite cooperating at high potential. But yeah, it seems like the sculptor is going to be picking the spawn closest to the antiquarian as well as the barmaid. Um, yeah, I mean, again, sculptor is a hunter that has potential on this map, but depending on who she ends up dedicating her chase to and the utilization of their kit, it could be a hit or miss situation. And we also haven't seen Sculptor come out that much in this Call of the Abyss, so just gonna have to see how she matches up in terms of the current meta at this time. The benefit of potentially chasing out the barmaid, which I assume would be the best choice, is that she can use those placement of her statues to kind of halt any speed boost from her wine, as well as the just general healing if she gets a chip damage. So you can't really stay stationary for a long time if you're barmaid. So there is that added pressure. But we're just gonna have to see as we are going to spawn right into the match now, and the chase begins onto what seems to be Shadow, who is already transitioning away from that shack area.
Yeah, so going to kite not really into the church area here, more so at the mid walls. And Sculptor is going to go after the barmaid right now in the church. So it's just like you predicted, Sadako, and the statues indeed did cut her off at that doorway there and already get a chip damage. The sculptor has trump card and detention, by the way, so we can just keep that in mind. The entomologist bees. Oh, the hit actually went through the bees onto the barmaid here, so she is going to try to heal up in the meantime. Does have quite a bit of distance against the sculptor here.
Yeah, did get that speed boost from being hit as well as the vault, so I guess that went into her favor in that regard. Is going to heal up, but still retains that chip damage, but runs right back into the sculptor. Luckily, does not get hit, but the blink does close the distance and has that flywheel to gain more distance. Has one chip damage now and is one chip away from getting hit. Is going to be cut off in this regard. The hit does not land, but oh my gosh, it's a little bit of luck here as she tries really desperately to continue on with the chase. As well, the bees are there for the support. And Anyi is falling a little bit short in that regard of what seems to be like a really good advantage to begin with.
Yeah, oh my goodness, that was a lot going on right there that I don't even know what to talk about. But the blink there and the flywheel used by the barmaid was really key in extending out her kite this long. Oh my goodness, it looks like she's gonna go down right here. But that actually lasted quite a bit longer than I expected it to based on how it was going. Like you mentioned, the barmaid there got counter looped in the church, which was quite detrimental. We saw the blink got used, but it didn't really end up in a hit because of the flywheel being used, and then the entomologist bees were right there, but we didn't see them support at first, but then they did come in and support and was effective. So a lot going on. But Mercenary there was able to pull off this rescue. Entomologist bees coming in to block to try to give Barmaid a rebound kite opportunity. And looks like, oh, AK actually got chipped while trying to help as well. Oh, does manage to get the stun this time though. So this does allow the Barmaid to transition a bit further this time. The Sculptor is at full presence though, does not have many statues left, but is going to have to take a while to catch up to this Barmaid. The Cypher's progress is not too much at the moment right now though, so even though, I would say like, even though the Barmaid's having a good rebound kite here, oh, she does go down to the statue. But yeah, even though she has a good rebound kite here, I feel like this is not necessarily clear-cut in the Survivor's favor because they did lose some health and had to heal up a little bit and utilize like a lot of their time for that support instead of decoding.
Yeah, we're going to see the overhead sight here, but the Antiquarian is going to gear up for this rescue as well. Does have a flywheel utilization in this regard too to try to avoid getting hit. It was a smart move because the last thing you want to do is provide that Sculptor any more extra free hits as well. So seems like going to immediately back off. Unfortunately, we are going to see the Barmaid sent off to the manor as the target is chased and or rather switched to the Antiquarian. She does have quite a bit of her bamboo stick to utilize, so that's good for her in this situation, but seems to hit the Sculptor, but in regard we're gonna see a trade-off here in that she has one chip damage now, is going to be one hit away from falling down. Unfortunately does go down, but the Cypher machine is really close to being primed, so still pretty decent shape for the survivors.
Yeah, luckily the Sculptor does have one more camping opportunity to, oh, it's gonna put her down, and wait a little bit and pull her back up. I don't know, potentially just buying time for their ability or something, but the entomologist comes in for the rescue and pretty much just goes ahead and pulls her straight off the chair. Sculptor hits and they pop the Cypher, so very anticlimactic camping there from the Sculptor. I guess she does have full statues though to work with to try to down this Antiquarian at the end game here.
Yeah, it's really integral to get this Antiquarian down as quickly as possible. We're going to see the bamboo fruit come out and stun the Sculptor, allowing her a little bit more distance and time to continue on with this kite. It does take that chip damage mid-vault, so unfortunate, but they already had that last exit gate open, so it's good for them in that situation, but Ani is not going to commit to the Antiquarian, is going to try to sneak out and get Shadow instead. So unfortunately that is the exit gate that has been opened, but Teleport is in the air and instead goes to the Antiquarian. So pretty secure draw at this situation. Not bad, I suppose, but could have wanted more. Yeah, so good on the survivors for getting that draw, I suppose.
Yeah, the end game was interesting there because the mercenary was searching a chest and he actually hadn't started decoding his gate yet. So I was like, oh my gosh, what if the Sculptor just decides to teleport to the mercenary? And I mean, I guess he then can still try to make the rescue onto the entomologist at that point. But like, and if he does do that, he probably, well, depending on if he actually finished searching the chest before the Sculptor would have teleported, then maybe he would have even had an item to give to the entomologist if he made that rescue. But, or the Antiquarian, I'm thinking of the wrong character here. The entomologist escaped out the other gate. But count how many times lychee says the wrong character name throughout this whole stream. I thought I was getting better at this, but apparently not. But yeah, that was interesting there. But the Sculptor decided to play it safe. I mean, she didn't really see the mercenary searching the chest when she threw her chisel over there anyway. So I guess she might have assumed the mercenary was somewhere else too. and or was like going towards the other gate. But in the end, it was fairly anticlimactic, I feel like, and ended up in that 2-2, which kind of puts the pressure on the GW survivors now to try to win the next match.
Yeah, definitely. It's just interesting, right? We were talking about how Sculptor is no longer in the meta and seeing how she would stack up against these or survivors rather on a map like Church, which in theory she's not really bad at. We did see a draw secured in that regard, but of course, I'm kind of flipping back and forth between, oh, I love to see good teamwork in survivor play, but as well, I'm always cheering on the Hunter because playing Hunter is not an easy feat by any regard. It's different to have like other players to rely on to kind of a fallback on to potentially help you pick up from a mistake you might have made, but when you're playing Hunter, it's all on you, and just like any little mistake is something that you need to figure out how to recover from. So always have mad props and respects to hunters just in general too, and can't imagine the stress that they feel in a high level competitive gameplay setting such as Call of the Abyss, where everything is on the line pretty much.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And I feel like for these professional teams, at least they have quite a lot of experience playing in these competitive settings. But for the non-professional teams, it's even harder because being like thrown into these high pressure situations on top of how difficult it is already is probably a lot for them to handle like mentally. I know for me at least it would be. So I imagine it would be really stressful for them. But yeah, in this case, we saw also the antiquarian versus the sculptor chase, which was quite interesting because the antiquarian we saw, like, she has that ability where she can kind of prevent the hunter from hitting her for a while if she is successful in utilizing that skill, but at the same time, the sculptor was still able to utilize the statues to try to down her. So although she was somewhat effective against the sculptor, it wasn't like 100% the sculptor couldn't do anything about it either. So they kind of soft counter each other, I suppose, more so than the way that antiquarian hard counters some other hunters. But yeah, enough about the last match. We are now going to head into the next one, and this may or may not be the last one that we see today, I guess. Win, draw. So I'm trying to think of back to the score right now. But, oh, Am's banned and the Bloody Queen is banned. So I guess they really don't want Super Rich to try to get a tie in this round. I guess because survivors now, I think they have to get like a 5. Or not a 5, a 4 escape to win. Is that true? Or am I just making these stats up? I don't know. I'm not the best at this, so again, feel free to yell at me if I'm wrong. But I'm just trying to remember, like, the previous time where they got a tie, I think the other team got the 4 escape. So I think they kind of have to match it back this time with a 4 escape.
So shout out to me in the past earlier in this stream in that I said, why would you prioritize banning the thief? But what do we have here? We have a thief ban. And instead we're going to see another unconventional stunner come out in his stead, the professor. So yeah, interesting. Again, they really need to pull off some kind of miracle here in this regard, but we're gonna see a little bit more of an aggressive, I say, team from the survivors. I would say all around the bans are kind of interesting. But yeah, I mean, again, Postman can promote that Cypher Rush. Um, I don't know. We've also seen kind of a hit or miss with the professors that come out in Call of the Abyss in that it's just super risky and the timing is super precise when you're trying to use the professor's scales. And a lot of the times we end up seeing that fall short. So we'll just see what he has to provide for the team if he ends up being a target. But we would just mostly want to get Postman off the board. But again, the pressure is mostly on the survivors. So hopefully they can pull out a miracle or something.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm seeing in the chat, my lovely mods here have confirmed that GW needs that 4 survivor escape. So definitely a very big mountain for GW to overcome here. But, oh, an Axe Boy being used. Yeah, I think we saw Super Rich's Axe Boy previously. It always amazes me because he has a very large hunter pool, as we've seen. So, it'll be interesting to see this Axe Boy come into play here. Axe Boy, I almost, oh, never mind. I was like, the Bloody Queen would be really good against its team composition, but then she's banned. So I don't know why I didn't even bother to check that first. But Axe Boy.
So if anyone here has or will come onto my Twitch, I have one of the tags as hashtag AxeBoySleep. So I'm always super thrilled to see him be brought out just in general, and especially in like a high competitive gameplay sense. I do just think in general it's a little bit worrying, but again, I don't mind it in this regard in that again the cards are stacked in the hunter's favor just in general because yeah, the survivors have all the pressure mounting on them. So I suppose you can pick something like Axe Boy, and I hope to see like the super precise pulling of the flames because that's always fun to watch. But disregard my little soapbox here, and we're gonna have the spawn selections be on the screen at the moment. I feel like there's a couple of survivors rather that can be chased out, but if he does not have like super precise use of those flames, then it can be proved to be a little bit difficult despite the natural slowdown that comes from leaving the terrain of the restful trees and all of that. But again, I think it's just generally an okay risk to take when you don't have as much pressure, but don't want to rest on that either.
Yes, definitely true. We'll have to see what happens here. Axe Boy's gonna go ahead and utilizing the flame straight away to potentially catch a survivor off guard, but it happened to be the mercenary, so it didn't really work out in chasing him. Going forward, this is the prospector that is currently getting chased and does have a bit of a boost from the postman letters. We already see that they're coming into play to help. And this is a detention and trump card Robbie here that we have. Dodging the window here just to make sure that the flames don't hit him as he crosses that window, and should be interesting as the prospector magnet is now coming into play as well as the professor's scales here.
Oh yeah, and that wow, we're going to see the use of the scale. Unfortunate situation here in that the prospector is still going to get hit in that regard. Again, they need to get a 4 escape in order to continue on with this match. So the best start rather needs to play this super decisively and careful because it does have a lot to utilize in terms of hit ability. And there we go. We just saw the really precise pull of the flame, and now the prospector is going to be seeing the chair for the first time. Unfortunate, they really need to make something happen in this situation where all the cards are stacked against them. Has these restful roads placed as well to provide a little bit more pressure in that he's going to be right next to the Cypher Machine too, and Tinnitus is procced as well.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate. Pretty quick chase for the Axe Boy. We are going to see a rescue come into play with the mercenary who has a scale into process. Oh, unfortunately, the mercenary is going to get doubled down and took a little bit longer to rescue, but Blink coming into play to down the prospector as well. So yeah, definitely a double down situation to add insult to injury here. This is going to slow down the Cyphers even more after the mercenary drops, and they already don't have enough Cypher progress to begin with to secure this 4-person escape. So quite tricky for GR now. The prospector there, what was I thinking? Oh, when he's kiting, yeah, I mean, I feel like prospector against Axe Boy would be more effective if he was the supporter rather than the kiter. So it's a little bit unfortunate the way that the first kite went out for the prospector, and we saw like the Axe Boy had very good control over the flames, and the prospector, like while he's looking back to throw the magnet, he can't really care too much about where the flames are. so he was down quite easily with the flame, unfortunately. Oh, the flame hit actually lands.
Oh my god, so much happened in that situation, but unfortunately the professor is going to go down in that rescue. So now there's going to be 2 down as the chase continues onto the projector. Needs to play this really safe. Is going to stun him against that narrow opening here. Just pushed him back in that regard as well. But now he has no more magnets and unfortunately is going to be in the chair. So super bad chain of dominoes just completely toppling down in that regard. It's really unfortunate to see, but wow, we're going to see the match continue on regardless as the mercenary does get hit and will be falling down for a second time.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. And both times with the rescue, it was a double down too. And this time with the professor, very narrowly making that rescue, but potentially could have gotten stuffed. But even so, though they got the rescue off, they weren't really able to continue to protect that prospector after they got off the chair. So the prospector really had to fend for himself there on those rebound kites, and unfortunately that was an early elimination. They did manage to sneak out a rescue here. As noted, they needed a 4 escape, so we're kind of just watching to see the rest of the match here. But yeah, 4 ciphers done by the professor and the postman here, and we're just gonna watch the mercenary until he falls down and gets picked up by the axe boy.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the 3rd time he's fallen down. It's unfortunate that he can't walk for more than a couple seconds. Just really highlighting the pressure that the Axe Boy was able to put in the situation. It was really high stakes. The stress was pretty notable, but we're going to see the patroller come out as well to just continue the insult to injury and stop the postman and show a really good exhibition of the Axe Boy's abilities, having that spirit hold and immediately going to take the basic hit as well to chair that postman. So unfortunate, but yeah, this is pretty much again an exhibition match. We do know that GR has won in this regard, so big congrats to them as the last cipher machine is still going to be worked on.
Yeah, and the axe boy is gonna go ahead and head over to that shaking cipher there. We'll see if they're able to prime the cipher or not. Oh, the flame coming in here. Another accurate flame snipe by this super rich's axe boy. And that's a 4 survivor elimination by super rich's axe boy. Wow. Really cool to see that happen. I'm sure you're very excited to see that as well, Sadako, since you really like axe boy too. I don't know. That was really great finish, I would say, for GR overall. After the ties that initially started off this match, they were able to get that 4 survivor escape from the survivor side, along with this 4 survivor kill from their hunter now. So both hunters and survivors were able to come in and contribute to their win, which is really cool to see. And the fact that Super Rich showed how strong his axe boy is now, it's like now going forward, the teams that they play in the future have to consider his axe boy to be a really big threat too, in addition to all the other hunters that he plays as well. So could be very beneficial for GR going forward, having secured this 4 kill with the axe boy. But for GW, GG's to GW, of course, they gave us a really good show today as well, and it really made this matchup worth watching between these 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, really just like both teams really put in a whole bunch of effort in trying to secure the point. Unfortunately, the win does go to GR, and again, just another kudos and highlight to the Hunter Super Rich, because you pointed out that his Hunter pool is really big, and you know, pulling out Axe Boy for this make or break situation where he wasn't even stressed out, and just to have a hunter that was precise in his abilities and kit like Axe Boy, again, as you said, is going to have to be something that the other teams consider, you know, as a potential threat. In just really like emphasizing the point that this is like a secondary hunter, and you still need to be scared of it because this was just an incredible match. The precision of those souls was just incredible. It made me really excited to watch, but it's not something that, well, it's like the added pressure that comes on from a character like Axe Boy when you're playing the survivors. So again, kudos to GR. The Hunter side and well as the Survivor side both did a really good job at securing their win. And I hope the best for them as they continue to move forward through this tournament.
Yes, definitely. It must feel good for them as well because, like we mentioned, this is the rematch between GW and GR, and last time GW pretty much crushed GR, so it must feel good for GR knowing that they were able to win it back this time, get a little bit of revenge against their team GR. I mean, friendly revenge. They do play GR quite often in the IVL, the Chinese leagues, so I'm sure they are, they know each other well, probably are on good terms with each other outside of the fun rivalry of the game here. But yeah, I'm liking the start to our day so far, Sato. I hope the rest of the matches continue to be very interesting to watch. We're gonna keep watching now until they bring out like the MVP and the interview, and then eventually we'll have like a short little break before the next two teams come on to the match. So that's kind of a heads up on what's going to happen. And yeah, we'll see. Last time on Sato's stream, I tried to do a little bit of live translation for the interview. So I was thinking, should I do that again this time? But I think if they have the interviews again, I might try to do a little bit of that. But everybody will have to try to bear with me as I listen and translate on the spot. Yeah, for now, we're gonna wait until we get there. And I will say, like, we saw so many picks so far from these professional teams that were surprising, or maybe not so surprising, but like unique picks from these teams so far. And the non-professional teams also often have really non-meta characters that they main on their team. So I think we can also look forward to the fact that after this match, we're seeing two non-professional teams go against each other and can potentially continue to see some really cool characters being played. So there's a lot to look forward to today.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, I mean, just taking into account for all the niche picks we've seen so far, there's been a Weeping Clown, a Professor, the continual usage of Thief, as well as Lucky Guy. So, I mean, at least on the Survivor side, those are definitely picks that you don't see or are even run of the mill. And honestly, we've seen pretty good utilization of most of those survivors today as well. So, I mean, big kudos to them to showing that they can be used in a high level um, situation and scenario. And yeah, there was someone that said as well that, yeah, Neo Psych, that I hope people consider Lucky going forward. And I mean, it is a possibility. Again, Lucky Guy doesn't have any inherent debuffs and pretty good utilization and potential with his option to both wish for an item as well as search for stuff in chests. So it's definitely something to consider for sure, I would say.
Yeah, that's true. And I think it was NTT as well was saying earlier about why the Lucky Guy is kind of being used as the strategy where it's like they changed items like we saw earlier. The mercenary was able to help out with the elbow pads along with the thief who allows for like the speed boost and opening the chests. And we have Lucky Guy on top of that. I don't know, I guess like somewhere in the mix maybe Toy Merchant is another one who's played a lot whenever the survivors want to switch items, so I don't know if that would work out well with the rest of this composition. But it's a cool strategy to consider, so I hope we do see more teams utilize that kind of thing soon. And I see, hello Esther, I see Esther in the chat now too. So hello to everybody who has just joined us, and hello to everybody as well who has been with us the whole time. I hope all of you have been enjoying the matchups in today's tournament as well. So feel free to let us know what you're thinking at any time.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely value your guys' opinion as much as our own. Very clearly, we'd love to hear your guys' feedback, your thoughts, and just overall general comments. It is something to consider that the casters really like to see interaction, and we also very much value interaction as well. We enjoy your presence as much as we enjoy talking to each other. And yeah, it's just something really fun to have like a live stream opportunity such as this, and it be a really casual one too, that we can focus a little bit more on chat integration and interaction as well. I know personally when I'm doing the more professional streams, such as the ones on the Identity 5 channel specifically, I feel very inclined to stay like on script, I suppose you would say, so I don't really pay attention to the chat as often as I do in these settings. So definitely really enjoy having a little bit more of breathing room.
Yeah, for sure. I feel the same way too. Like on the Identity 5 channel streams, I'm also like that kind of a lot. But now we're gonna go ahead and we get to see the best seduction here. It is Super Rich's Axe Boy, so that's quite exciting. We see that they scored over 10,000 points here. Um, very impressive stats all around. I mean, for Super Rich, like they were able to eliminate more than 2 survivors. Well, yeah, I guess that's pretty obvious because they went 2-2-2 like the whole time, except for that 4 escape and the 4 kill on the hunter side too. So at least he can secure a tie very solidly, and sometimes he can even go above and beyond and get that win. So cool to see. Now we'll go ahead and listen to this interview here, and I'll try to tell you what they say in general, at least.
大家好，我是 GR 的卡梦。
Hello Hello，欢迎卡梦。那今天也是比较顺利拿下了比赛嘛，那也是你们和 GGW 的第2次交手了，算是完成了复仇。现在心情怎么样？
心情还是很不错，影响比赛。
He says he feels really good. She was asking how he feels after the revenge match here.
单周比赛打下来的话，对于你们的粉丝来说，可能还是在 ICU 里7进7出的一个状态。那相比于第1周到现在，就你自己而言吧，心态呀、状态上面有没有发生什么样的变化？
What kind of changes in mental
心态
have they had?
状态都有点大起大落吧，因为毕竟第1周输了。
He said it's been up and down since they lost during the first week,
好了，把后面每一局比赛都好好去打。
but they've been trying to play well every single game since then.
也是看得出来你们的状态也是越来越好了嘛。那在第1局上半局当中，其实你们求生者这边前期节奏不是特别的好。那在你被挂飞之后，你们当时是怎么样？
Now she's asking about round 1. At first, the way the game was going wasn't too good for the survivors, but then they took a turn.
就是看第2个人牵制足够的节奏，然后看能不能
And
争取。
he's saying like the rebound kite was long enough for it to work
最
out.
后的话，承载在以前的一波博弈也是顺利的把电击时间拖够了。当时开门战怎么样去交流的？
She's asking about the end game situation.
就是让古董商去拖这个倒地的人，看能不能拖到电击开。最后开了就
Talking about the one where the antiquarian played a lot of support in the endgame stuns to allow for the cipher to be primed in time.
BP 方面做出了比较大的变化，你们在赛前有没有针对 BP 这一方面做哪些准备？
Now she's asking how they prepared for the bans and picks.
只能猜个大概吧。GW 他们玩的是很花，挺多的。
He says GW plays a lot of specialty characters.
他们选择幸运儿加慈善家的一个组合，有没有说为发财感到一些担忧？
我倒没有，反正就是他们拿的很花，什么都拿的话，我觉得就是自己有心理准备，然后就也相信发财吧。他只要自己
And said
好好
he
打
said they believed in their hunter. They played a lot of specialty characters, but
其实，在第2局的
they were able to be aware of that and be prepared about that going into it.
只能去选择前锋，但是呢，最后你们还是放弃了去 OB 拿到了一个邮差，怎么样去考虑的？
第2局是对那个2个
And now
OB 的
asking
话
about the
但是再打
postman
之后的话那个正总休息就太慢了
and team
所以
comp in
就是
round 2.
就想着那就是靠一些辅助和配合，然后来拉长这个
They didn't want
前置节奏
ciphers to be too slow, I think that's what he said
牵制破轮的时候，你们
in
自己的
in why they
思维
picked
是怎么样
postman.
的？
自己就是先去走位去躲，然后尽可能就拖久一点，然后等到他变身之后就找机会去钻洞，然后换个好点阵继续
He's
练。
talking about his kiting strategy against breaking wheel, going through the portals once he changes the forms, and trying to dodge as much as possible.
你们开门战是怎么样进行交流沟通的？
And now asking about their team communication.
有个机会可以打4跑，就是 祭司到我六鬼的人附近去接个大洞，然后
And
看我
the
溜不溜
priestess
自己溜过去
in the game where they
然后
force escaped,
如果溜不过去，那就闪跑嘛。溜过去了，自己
they
溜溜抓就
realized there was an opportunity to force escape, so had priestess send a portal to somebody who was close to where he was kiting as the postman,
当时也是求生者先上场，
or whoever the kiter was at the time, I can't remember.
古董商在椅子上，当时看到佣兵其实是没有第一时间去贴门的，是想要去搏一搏，还是说就是骗一下而已，没有再开门？
Asking about the mercenary who didn't open the gate right away.
佣兵想着搏一下，但是最后摁住了吧。反正对，就
Probably give him a heart attack.
是没有压力了嘛？那最后一局
Is that
刚才也是
I guess there wasn't too much pressure at that point. They did think about taking a risk, but decided to just escape, I think, at that point.
去进行，有没有什么话想要跟自己跟队友说的，来打打气吧？
Words for his teammates.
然后把自己该有的实力发挥出来了就没问题。
As long as they perform the way that they're supposed to, everything should be fine, is what he said, pretty much. All will be well. And that's the interview. Next match we'll have FAF versus TUI. But for now, we're going to watch some highlights, and Sato and I are going to take a short break as well while you guys watch the highlights and wait for the next matches to start. So thanks for watching so far, and we will be back soon. Hello, everyone. We are back from our little break here, and hopefully everybody else got some snacks and some drinks, because I know Sadako and I were refueling a little bit ourselves, or at least as much as we could in that short period of time.
Yeah, I just scarfed down a piece of pizza faster than I ever have done my whole entire life. But really excited to go right back into the action here as we look at the player stats. So, yeah, again, hope you guys refueled as well. If you haven't, now is a pretty good prime opportunity to do so. Make sure you guys are eating and staying hydrated, especially if you're going to be staying here for the entirety of today's matches.
Yes, we still have 2 more matchups to go today, so still quite a lot of action to come here. Right now, we are going to see QI and FAF play each other, so we are seeing their player intros now. Yeah, fun times. I think we previously have seen these two teams in the qualifier so far, and for the non-professional teams, they gave us a lot of really cool surprises here. So I'm excited to see what they'll bring out today. For anybody just joining the stream, if we have anybody new, Sadako and I are casually casting the qualifiers on my channel here, so we're not gonna be as serious as we are on the Identity 5 channel whenever we cast on there. Although both of us do like to kind of go a little bit more serious whenever the match starts. So we might kind of head in that direction eventually. But yeah, for now, glad everybody's joining us and excited here to have a fun time.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of good gameplay so far from GR versus GW, and ultimately that was GR's win, which I think is a little bit of not necessarily a surprise, I guess, but this time it was more evenly split in the opinion of which team would take the win home. So cool to see a pretty close match between the two teams, and I don't know, we'll see how these two non-professional teams end up against each other.
Well, you know me, the hashtag Axeboy sweep is at it again as we see the feature being an Axeboy. So excited to see if he might come out. However, I feel like I have come to know FAF as if they are my own neighbors. And I've seen a lot of them, but we're gonna take a look at their player stats as well as their prioritized or preferred characters according to the data or whatever. And yeah, I mean, the thing that sticks out in my mind when it comes to FAF is their hunter and how they like to bring out the hermit from time to time. So I would potentially be expecting that in terms of these two team matchups today.
Yeah, that's true. The two of us last saw FAF's Hunter 7 play the Hermit and get a 4 survivor elimination against Free, who's one of the other non-professional teams. So it was pretty cool to see the Hermit come out in that case and do so well. And I think it'll be interesting to see how he does today, if he will be bringing out the Hermit once again. They do have 2 hunters on that team, so a couple different options on what strategically they want to do. And it's the same for TUI as well. Like you mentioned, the Axeboy, and their hunter has already played Axeboy a couple of times throughout the tournament as well. So a lot to look forward to on the hunter side in terms of the non-traditional unique picks, non-meta picks too. I guess they're not necessarily non-meta, but a little bit more unique there, not just on the survivor side this time.
Yeah, and I mean, take a look at that hermit. But yeah, that I guess that's the pro of watching two non-professional teams is that there's more wiggle room, I suppose. I mean, we already saw quite a bit of niche and situational picks, or even just comfort picks in terms of what the last two teams had in store for us. So can't wait to see what the variety has in store for us this time around. Again, lychee did point out that, Hermit and Axeboy aren't necessarily traditional picks either. And I'm just really excited to see both. I know Hermit has a lot of potential, but is also very dangerous in the sense that can capitalize on survivors' mistakes and easily, but it's just really risky to do because when you are playing against a high level team, especially one that has open comms that can communicate with each other, it is a gamble. But I digress. We are going to be going into Chinatown, and they ban antiquarian. No shocks there. They don't want to deal with the, I would say, most annoying harasser in the current meta at this time.
Yeah, that's for sure. The survivor side here, I think they are a little bit prepared because they've brought out entomologist and barmaid. And we've previously, well, we don't often see necessarily these two as the first two picks, but that barmaid we do know she's quite useful whenever a hermit comes into play. So considering this is the round one where they're not allowed to ban any hunters yet, they definitely do have to be wary of that hermit. And I think that barmaid is definitely taking that into consideration. But for now, we also have the entomologist and the priestess being picked here, quite a support heavy team composition. The gravekeeper is banned right off the bat by FAF as well.
Yeah, so really trying to get rid of any staying power, or I guess you could say, and like the tankiness that comes, or not even just tankiness, but security that comes from having a dedicated rescuer on the team. Of course, we're going to see the Ford, but you don't really see him as your traditional rescue type character. So, Ford's going to be like, woman, get behind me in this part. But yeah, I do think that we could see, I mean, we can see a good amount of support from this team. At least all the lady survivors, we have the option of points, we have the wines in store, as well as the entomologist speed. And, I mean, even on the side of Ford, obviously he can help stun and support in that regard. But rather interesting, again, trying to eradicate any options of security, stability when it comes to rescuing. So just gonna have to wait and see what Seven has in store for us as well.
Yes, for sure. And
Ooh.
it's the Ripper, is that a quote? It's the Ripper. Oh my gosh. We previously saw a Ripper, but it was a different hunter who picked the Ripper. And I think at that point I was like, oh, there's another hunter who plays the Ripper as well. And this is that hunter. And they actually are playing the Ripper this time. So this will be interesting for sure.
I'm speechless. Just as I was before okay, it's always so interesting when they decide to bring out the Ripper, especially because last time it was in an overtime situation. This time it's in a first round situation where you're trying to secure as much points as possible for your team. I I just again I really just failed to understand the picks or like the situations that the Ripper just come out. They're like this team just generally works against the Ripper. Ripper has no map control. Priestess has the portal, and they all like in a sense, like in theory too, they all have potential to kite. And if you miss a foggy blade as a Ripper, you're kind of done. So I'm just scared for FAF7, but I mean, please prove me wrong. I would love to see it.
Yes. I would love to be proven wrong as well. I see Anana in the chat said I come back to the stream and get Ripper jump scared, and yeah, definitely got a little jump scared as
Not
well
again.
on my part. Both of us are like, oh, not again the Ripper, but we'll see. I also don't know what will Ripper be like on this particular map, because we were talking about earlier, like Chinatown map really has a lot of specific parts of the terrain or the building structures that play a part sometimes. So I guess we'll see how this works with Jack. Like maybe he can utilize some walls to his advantage if he can foggy blade through them, but I also don't know specifically if there's enough good areas like that for him. I guess like alleyways are good for him as well.
Yeah, best of luck FAF7. I really hope to see you prove us wrong. We're going to be heading right into the match here. Instead, we're going to be I believe the Soul unnecessary skin being shown on display, so fun skin. Fulon is going to be right in the vicinity here. Whoa, does actually get hit by that Foggy Blade, so good start for 7, I would say. At least saving grace already. Forward is utilize his rugby ball to get away, and instead the pressure is going to be on the barmaid. Unfortunately, already gets stunned by this pallet, so yeah, but it seems like there's going to be another Foggy Blade. Of course, the terrain works against the Ripper in this sense, but is going to try to mind game around these. Going to vault and has the bees ready to support.
Yeah, I wonder if they had thought about that when they picked the entomologist as well, but it looks like the hunter's actually switching targets once again and trying to catch these 2 survivors that were healing up. The forward doesn't completely healed up yet, so oh no, the Foggy Blade lands on the forward here. So the forward happened to kind of like, I don't know if he went off to the side to try to dodge the Foggy Blade, but in this case, the Ripper really made a good predictive Foggy Blade, and now the forward's in the basement, and he's the only one with Tie Turner on the team as well. So Priestess, though, comes in for the rescue, but forward stays in the basement, unfortunately.
He is jailed for a second time, is going to be ballooned up and put on the chair yet again. Yeah, so, I mean, good start so far, I would say. Definitely interesting turn of events. There is tinnitus being propped up, which is kind of forcing 7 to stay in the area of the basement, but unfortunately we are going to be seeing kind of like the downfall of utilizing Ripper in this sense, in that he doesn't really have the map control, but is going to wander away from the basement instead, knowing that cipher machines are going to be worked on, is going to be cloaked for now, trying to figure out who is proccing that tinnitus, as the forward does get sent back to the manor. So at least there is that one survivor that has been sent, and we are on 3 ciphers remaining. So again, not something I would necessarily expect, but good start so far. But the chase is going to ensue back onto the entomologist.
Yeah, and we'll see this next chase here. But I gotta say, like, Ripper, we call him a chase hunter, and he definitely does really depend on that first chase being fast. And luckily for him, in this case, it was, at least relative to the cipher progress. Because with the amount of ciphers that are done now and the fact that Ripper has 1 survivor eliminated, it's pretty good for him. Even though they pretty much sacrificed the survivor, I think it's still quite in the Ripper's favor. But we'll see how this next chase goes, because it's kind of reset now. Everybody's at full health again. They are mind gaming. She doesn't want to get a Foggy Blade no-hit attack recovery hit, but luckily this hit, well, luckily and unluckily because she got hit, but also it was with attack recovery. And Ripper here, invisible, is going to try to get one more. Oh, Blink comes into play now and takes down this entomologist before the priestess portal can be used for support here.
Right, so definitely a really valid attempt. The bees have been utilized to a substantial amount, so to make a rebound kite a little bit difficult in that regard. We're going to see the priestess in the area of the hotel has the potential to come in for a rescue here, is going to debate this, knowing there is a Foggy Blade, so needs to play this a little bit carefully, is going to try to mind game around to not get hit by that Foggy Blade. However, 7 knows this is going to have the Foggy Blade. Unfortunately, was a little bit far away, but we are also going to see the entomologist go down for yet again for another time, as the priestess is forced to run away due to that Foggy Blade injury from before.
Yeah, and we're now seeing the effect of what was the result of kind of banning all the rescuers on the hunter's part and forcing those survivors to play forward, and then forward being the first survivor eliminated so that nobody else has tied. It does make the rescues a little bit more difficult, and the survivor is just kind of stuck there after they're tunneled after the chair. So they're not able to buy as much time as well after the rescue, because the hunter basically just targets the same person. And Priestess is gonna be caught here, but luckily has the global portal in place. So we'll see where the Ripper will head off to next.
Yeah, absolutely. So really just interesting turn of events all around, completely surpassing my expectations of how this was potentially going to go. You have a look at the cipher progress as well. One is close to being done with another that pretty much needs to be started again. Unfortunately, that barmaid does take the Foggy Blade hit. Does have a little bit of speed boost to continue on in a different kiting area, but is in a little bit of a tough spot and unfortunately will be going down. So, wow, really scary Ripper, I would say, again, just not something I would be expecting at all. We're going to be seeing him instead try to search for the remaining survivor instead of committing to chairing them. So, interesting strategy here. Definitely really aggressive, too, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. Survivors here are also in a little bit of a tricky spot here. They can't exactly group together. At this point, they kind of just have to spread out and try their best to get one person out. The Ripper does have the blink at this point as well. And this barmaid though is just going to go down to a regular attack. Ciphers are not quite ready yet. This is kind of the result of having to start a new cipher. And looks like Ripper is kind of assessing the cipher progress and going off to camp the cipher. We'll see. They stopped the cipher there and has created a global portal.
Yeah, we're gonna see if that really does anything substantial. Unfortunately, it does not. The portal is going to go away. We do know that the self-heal has been utilized already, so that is a disadvantage in this situation as the Ripper is going to try to continue to focus his sights onto the priestess. So really tough situation that the survivors put themselves in this regard. But again, Seven is just shown to surpass our expectations already to start us off with an exciting round of matches. So kudos to him. And Priestess really just needs to do her best to buy enough time and has these portals to utilize as well. So that is to her favor. But unfortunately, the bleeding time does take quite a bit. So we'll just have to see how successful this and potentially endgame kite, I suppose you could say, will go on for.
Yes, definitely. Oh, an interesting use of the blink there, but luckily the priestess wasn't right up against that wall, so she survives another day for now. We'll see how this goes. Is she gonna try to just straight up kite out until the barmaid bleeds out, or is she gonna try to double back to get to the barmaid? But unfortunately, she kind of got counter looped by the hunter. Oh, tried to do the portal trick, but unfortunately, Jack didn't fall for it and just decides to get rid of the portal. I guess the good thing is the priestess temporarily has quite a bit of distance, but Ripper in his invisible mode is trying to catch up as fast as possible.
Right. Yeah, essentially in this regard, the priestess has two options, again, as you pointed out, either to heal the barmaid up or continue to kite out. It seems like the option here, now that she had that distance, was to go for the heal. Fortunately, it was not fast enough, and again, it's going to take that Foggy Blade hit at the disadvantage of not even being able to get the barmaid up, so now we're in a two-down situation, and that secures a four-man elimination for FAF7 on the Ripper of Hunters. So crazy turn of events in this situation and getting that many points out of it too. So kudos to you for proving me wrong as I so desperately asked you to do so.
Yes, it looks like our maybe harsh words of encouragement here, you could say, worked a bit of a miracle onto the match, and the Ripper was indeed able to pull off a really, really good score here of a 4 survivor elimination, allowing FAF to have that 0-5 lead against TUI. I have to say, I do like their name quite a lot. FAF for Funny Family. I think it's a cute name for the survivors too, and showing their love for each other as a family as well. So kind of cool. On a side note, this is totally off topic, but on the topic of names, I was watching this like stream recording where one of the TUI members was answering the question of what their name means, and they said like it's the sound like for spitting, like a spitting sound. That's like how it originally was invented. It's like that's the original meaning, and then somebody was like, well, what's the meaning now? And they were like, oh, there's no meaning behind the name anymore. Like the the team name is just symbolic now. It's just TUI. And so people are like, oh, well, I guess it just means spitting then up until now. So I don't know. I thought that was quite funny to learn about. But yeah, we were talking about how exciting we wanted the match to be, and this one definitely did not disappoint.
Yeah, and Jong did bring up a good point that I was kind of thinking in the back of my head, but I still wanted to give my kudos to the gameplay of as well, because it's really hard to play Jack, honestly. But yeah, the survivors did do a couple of really questionable things throughout that match that the Ripper was really able to capitalize on, and it really just goes to show that you cannot like well, you need to rather keep your wits about you and try to play as strategic as possible. Again, it's just hard because when you're survivors, you have this big amount of utility and kit generally, and the when you're facing a hunter like the Ripper, if you're I don't know. It's just interesting how that ended up being like the trend of events that we saw, because again, to point out the downfalls just generally speaking of the Ripper, he doesn't have good map control. If he misses a foggy blade, then it's really hard. We did see mistakes on FAF7 as well, like a missed blink and stuff, but at the end of the day there was just far too many mistakes on the survivor side that he was really able to capitalize on. But I will also say that his foggy blades were really impressive too. They hit like 99% of the time, so that was really scary.
Yeah, that's true. He played the mind games really well, making the survivors vault and then utilizing that foggy blade, or even doing some predictive foggy blades as well. So, all in all, quite impressive. And we're gonna see the sides flip here. We have Miko GW on the hunter side for TUI, and survivors now are the FAF survivors. So let's see if they can kind of turn this around for TUI with Miko GW as the hunter. For now, we see that survivors have chosen the mercenary, the entomologist again, and this time the embalmer. So this is kind of like, oh, we want to at least get one escape on our team, especially since the embalmer has come out now among the rest of the team composition.
Right. They don't want to play, or I guess the strategy in this situation is they're not going to play too aggressively, seeing how their hunter was really able to secure a lot of points for something that was unexpected. But I'll get off of that soapbox for now. So again, interesting where you see the embalmer as well as the mechanic come out. So Tracy Ball. Anyway, yeah. So again, embalmer and mechanic are kind of known as draw hunters, or just generally, or hunters, survivors that you don't see if you're playing like for a necessary amount of points. So interesting to see how all of these survivors will work out in tandem. The bot does provide a lot of pressure. However, we do know that the mechanic is weak in terms of kite abilities, but it's all about having that bot placed down in a spot that isn't so readily seen by the hunter. And I think with this team lineup, they have a good chance of accomplishing what they want to do, because as well with the embalmer in tow with his kit and having that coffin can really provide an extra stability in that he can rebirth himself without having the other survivors have to go and waste their time off of cipher machines, as well as other of his teammates, which I mean could be in that situation the mechanic too. So there is a ample amount of pressure from the survivor, but it's not something super aggressive. But you know, we also are going to be seeing the anticipated Axe Boy. So excited to see overall how these two will, or rather the survivors and the hunter will end up playing against each other.
Yes, that's definitely true. And Miko GW has brought out the Axe Boy in round one quite a few times now, with varying results, I suppose. But I feel like the survivor side is definitely anticipating this Axe Boy with that entomologist pick, because entomologist does have that ability to try to counter the flames with that bees there that she's got. So I think in general they were kind of expecting this to happen and knowing that Miko GW was the hunter, and now they just have to play it out well like we talked about, they have that team composition that's set in place for them to try to aim for a tie, and they already have the advantage from their hunter, so they really just have to try to play this stably and get a tie, or at least one survivor out no matter what. But now with the spawn selection picks here, we do see that the Axe Boy, unfortunately for him, is closest to the mercenary, and I mean, the mechanic is quite far away. You don't really want to necessarily chase the entomologist. It's not ideal, I guess. And Embalmer, even if you chase him, he's gonna rebirth, which might be kind of a pain as well. So a little bit of a tricky spawn for the Axe Boy, I feel like. But again, he can like eventually catch up if he just wants to go right for the mechanic off the bat, I guess. I don't know. They don't have like survivors that necessarily help each other transition much. So I guess that is one point in terms of the rotation.
Yeah, but I guess you can kind of keep in mind too that the mechanic and the entomologist are decently close to each other. So if need be, if the Axe Boy does go out of his way to try to get the mechanic, the bees should, in theory, be there to support. But the team, again, if we're going just for like a draw strategy, then maybe it's just really kind of self-reliant, other than the embalmer and with his coffin. But execution and theory crafting is not necessarily equal to each other. But anyways, we are going to be going right into the match now with the Axe Boy spawning in, or rather moving towards the center, trying to find his first target, is going to try to find who is proccing that tinnitus and try to also see who is the ideal target, which seems like he's going to commit onto the mercenary, or rather just make sure he utilizes a little bit of his resources so he doesn't have much staying potential at endgame. Is not going to commit and instead is going to seek out AC instead.
Yeah, and those trees allowing him to get a little bit of an early speed boost even without his restful road yet. Going to go after this embalmer here. Looks like the entomologist is currently riding the bees, so we could potentially see her. I don't know if she plays down the bees or if she's eventually going to support, but I do see some bee usage there. Meanwhile, it looks like the Axe Boy is, gonna eventually run into those bees. Yeah, slowed down quite a bit from that and allowing Embalmer to kind of transition into a different area here.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Does have that, wow, utilize the flywheel to get away. A missed blink, so rather unfortunate, but the embalmer is, whoa, missing another hit. The embalmer was in an open area, does eventually get hit. In this regard, it's just going to take the speed boost from the hit to transition away instead. You're gonna see him hold down the soul drag, but does not commit to it as AC continues to try to navigate around this area to try to also lose line of sight. So far, so good, I would say. The cipher progress is decent. We're gonna hopefully try to see him dodge these souls. Does not get a successful soul, unfortunately, but it does end up getting that terror shock at the end of the day.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, but on the other hand, I guess Cypher Progress is looking pretty decent. They have almost 3 ciphers done, and this Embalmer can potentially just utilize the coffin, which would waste more of the hunter's time. I'm not sure where the coffin is placed, but looks like, yeah, I mean, by the time the Embalmer like rebirths, the ciphers, it's gonna be 3 ciphers done at least. So now we see he's gonna try to get a little bit of speed boost, vaulting this window while he still has that bubble on him. And Axe Boy currently, a flame snipe coming into here from the Axe Boy, and he actually goes down right when his, I mean, he got like on last effort essentially while he was on his own little tide turner effect, so wasn't able to buy too much time of a rebound kite, but going down here as well from a very accurate soul snipe.
Yeah, and we are going to also see that The mercenary is in the area to come in for the rescue. Needs to play a little bit safely, but is going to take the hit regardless to get this rescue off on the embalmer. Embalmer needs to continue on with his rebound kite for as long as possible, but looking at the Cypher machine progress, it is looking pretty healthy. One is over 50% and the other is narrowly going that way as well, and does take that pallet stun. So, really good job so far from AC. Needs to just keep up the pace here and continue on. Again, FAF is in really good standing so far, and the Embalmer does go down, unfortunately, through that ball.
Yeah, so looks like they were able to pop that cipher that's further away, I guess, but this one I think is the last one. It has about 60%. Embalmer was dead on chair, so he goes to the manor, and survivors are gonna spread out from the cipher for now and try to get the Axe Boy to potentially get his attention to some other parts of the map before coming back to the cipher. But Axe Boy has like basically built his highway, so to speak, of these restful roads so that he can glide back and forth and camp while applying pressure onto the survivors who are being chased away. Over here, we see Mechanic has an elbow pad. Did try to come in for a little bit of cipher progress, but wasn't able to do much. And yeah, this Axe Boy has his sight set potentially on the entomologist. Unfortunately, that was a soul hit on the bees, so no damage taken.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it is the mercenary that's going to be sought out again. He is at a half injured state, needs to play a little bit more safely. We are also going to be seeing the resources on the survivors dwindling at this point, but it's just narrowing or going back onto these changes of targets does allow FAF to continue on with the very last Cypher machine. So it's going to be rather close if he's able to go, but no, the Restful Road does provide a lot of pressure in getting that speed boost to not allow the Cypher to fully be primed, and now they are chased off of the last Cypher, so does take a really accurate soul hit, but knows he cannot commit to that. Instead, is going to be putting a lot more pressure onto the final Cypher machine instead.
Yeah, and they are trying to pressure the Hunter by decoding another cipher, although it's not too far away from this one, and the Hunter does have those trees and restful roads that he can use between them. At the moment, even if he gets this hit, the entomologist is still at full health, so I don't know if that would necessarily be too much pressure on the survivors. They do decide to just pop that cipher right away as soon as it's done. Luckily, was able to get in that progress while the Hunter was distracted by the entomologist. And Hunter has Blink, but the other survivors, they've already started to decode the gate, and Mechanic, with her elbow pad, manages to get quite a far distance away.
Yeah, going to use that blink to try to narrow the distance between him and the Mechanic. We are going to have a Restful Road placed down just in case there was the potential of going back to that area. It seems like the Mechanic is doing so far so good. Does get that two a guaranteed escape from the survivors and accomplish what they did need to do with the lineup that they had, which was a draw. So again, FAF's Hunter 7 did a really good job in securing points, so that draw was pretty okay, I would say, and they are also going to be looking good for the first round too.
Yeah, so 2-2, I mean, TUI, their Axe Boy tried very hard, but ultimately FAF is able to keep their lead in round one. Their tie strategy here seems to have worked out for them. Their team composition here, where they're trying to aim for a tie strat, and plus everything they did in the match to like split the Hunter's attention when the Hunter was guarding the last cipher, it seemed to work out for them very well. And in this case, of course, the Hunter is the one who has all the pressures on their back. So I suppose getting a tie is pretty good given the situation, but it's still not exactly what TUI wants or needs in order to try to win today. So they are going to try to have to bring the score back in round two in order to remain in the tournament today.
Right. And again, it's just like as much as I love seeing the niche picks, meta is there. I'm not saying that that's necessarily what all the teams should be sticking to, but it's always just a gamble when you're picking some of these non-meta hunters. I know this might be TUI's hunters bread and butter, did not pay off, but I feel like there was certain situations where the Axeboy got a little bit distracted, I would say. And it was just, I guess overall, it was just rather difficult when you're trying to figure out what is the most ideal strategy and target to be chasing at that time. And it obviously didn't help that the mechanic was up and running that entire match as well.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And we are seeing the match statistics, and based on this, we can see that Embalmer had the longest kiting time, which is pretty in line with what we saw during the match, I would say. Yeah, Kite, do his little kite. He rescues himself, does his own thing. The bees did help out a bit in the kite though, so I think that did help him buy quite a lot more time. But yeah, goes to show that they were able to do whatever they needed to do and came in prepared, and everything went in their favor.
And the moral of the story is run fast, don't get hit, and have bees in narrow entrances of doorways.
Yes. Good advice, good summary of what to do. But yeah, that the bees though, like it's frustrating for the hunter when you're like, oh, I can land the snipe, but it's just gonna land on the bees. Like nothing happens ultimately. And there's nothing you can do about it, so that's fun.
Yeah, I think the hunters just need to start bringing like their insecticide, like their bug spray, so they can counter the entomologists instead. I think that should be a sub-skill trait that they could bring instead of like peepers or blink or whatever. Just specifically for entomologists.
FPX.ZQ 加油，对 TUI 加油，为战队助油，加油助威，加油助威，然后加油值累积到一定程度，可以使用狂欢剂放飞对方。是的，两边的椅子啊，右边好像是 TUI 啊，左边好像是 FAF 啊，你们可以看一下一会儿具体的一个椅子情况。没关系，反正都得飞。哎，别这么说，上一局就没飞，上一局就只飞了一个。
Yeah, the audience is judge, jury, and executioner, I guess. Oh my god, they have Weeping Clown on the chair this time. That was really quick. I know. No weeping rights today. Oh, and the beef as well. So I still want to know what exactly this is for, but. Right. Yeah, just send your favorite team survivor or representative survivor out to die. But yeah, I mean, talk about, shooting for the stars, I guess. Yeah, so is there, I guess, lychee, to turn this back onto you? Do you feel as wow, I cannot speak tonight. Do you feel as if there is anything that either teams can improve on with these matches upcoming?
TUI 在对方搬掉了永眠阵的情况之下，选择了红教堂。TUI 选 优势吗？因为这张地图相对来说偏均衡一点。那双方打的都很舒服的情况下，那不就是 TOI 不舒服吗？对不对？我有比分优势啊。那这边博弈上场了哦，他们的优势在于博弈是吧？就是我的雕刻邦邦在这张地
小图让博弈上，
哎，确实，那也是有说法的啊，也是有说法的。博弈的雕刻和邦邦会对对方的求生者造成很大的压力，而且对方的擅长的双飞体系，包括像园丁这样的角色在黄教堂发挥的作用并不明显。
而且这手第二场只有一个班位嘛。
对的，买电竞第一架好物逛京东就够了。让我们即将进入双方第二局上半回合的 BP 画面。
来看一下
舞女祭司博弈的班位啊，
很果断。
我觉得博弈没有什么花里胡哨的。
对，
你搬我啥，我就玩另外一个，对吧？两手绝活，两手抓，搬我邦邦选雕刻加，压上了啊，强行压上。好，我们看一下这手前两手的选择啊 ，FAF 有什么体系套路要打？
昆虫得拿，
昆虫针对他雕刻，那昆虫用兵呗。哎，还真是稳怎么稳怎么来是吧？小地图你入店也不太好拿，说实话。
lychee, your mic might be off.
Oh, sorry. I've just realized now that it has been off once again. I am not very good at this, but yeah, we'll just jump into the ban picks, you know. Forget about whatever I just said about the hunters and survivors picked. I mean, anyway, the hunter we have now is actually a different one. This is Boyi, or I guess we can call him Bo One if we want to. I don't really know how we want to pronounce his name, the English way or the Chinese way, but Bo One here for TUI does have quite of a different hunter pool as opposed to Miko GW, who we saw. So he's best known for like Bonbon and Sculptor, but we do see the Bonbon has already been banned. But also does play like Wax Artists and a bunch of other hunters as well. So I think definitely keeping the survivors on their toes, even though they did pretty well against the hunter during the previous match, the Axe Boy. They are facing up somebody new now. So we are going to see Entomologist and the Seer and the Mercenary be picked from the survivor side here.
I have to assume that FAF has a dedicated painter main, because that band really threw me off. Other than that, I suppose you would have to consider what painter brings to the table that would be a threat to Bo One's hunter. But yeah, I'm super intrigued by that ban. We're seeing also the ban on the Antiquarian. So interesting that they let the Seer out. But yeah, and we're also going to see the final pick onto the mechanic. Yeah, onto the survivor side be the mechanic. So interesting lineup so far. Yeah, I mean, again, I think FAF's playing a little bit more conservative, I suppose. There is, of course, the impending pressure that comes with letting the mechanic run free on map with the bot running around too. But again, the kite potential on mechanic isn't super strong. And again, we're gonna be seeing a blast from the past yet again with the sculptor on Red Church. So in theory, not a bad choice. But yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to see how it works out in execution, because last time we saw sculptor on this map in the past matches didn't work out as, or wasn't like the most ideal in terms of securing point, but that is a different team and we can be seeing different result.
Yeah, for sure. And the hunter here, like I mentioned, Sculptor is one of the hunters that he is well known for. So I think, I don't know, I guess it could be a treat for us to see his really good hunter on this map here. But we are seeing how these non-professional teams are kind of prioritizing their comfort pick or their like really specialized hunter over potentially the meta hunters, which is very interesting to see. Yeah, the spawn point selections here. Sculptor is going to spawn right between the Seer and the Mechanic. So,
yeah,
a choice here for Sculptor to make.
Right. Definitely. I'm hearing music from somewhere. Sorry about that. I feel like either of those choices can work out in the sense that really accurate statues from the sculptor can just totally negate any staying power that the seer has with the owl. And then again, just to emphasize a point I keep bringing up, the mechanic doesn't really have that much staying power when it comes to kiting. Has that slow debuff when vaulting as well. Not as bad as it used to be, but still kind of a factor to take into consideration. So, seeing as the sculptor is near both of them, again, both are pretty good choices, but obviously you probably want to prioritize getting the mechanic down so that bot isn't a factor you need to deal with later on.
Yeah, that's true. Like, as a camping hunter primarily, Sculptor is still somewhat prone to the Cypher Rush. So I think that is another consideration as well, since the mechanic is into the match. But we shall find out for ourselves as we are loading into the game here. Sculptor just makes a beeline for the shack. And the bot has already been dropped and it goes right into the basement. I guess that would be quite a deterrent for the hunter in terms of going after the bot. However, they've been revealed in their little hiding tricks here, so quite unfortunate for the mechanic at the moment, and taking a hit and a chip very early into the game.
Yeah, really bad start for FAF at the moment. Luckily, the bot is still in tow, so that is a factor. But we're going to be seeing the mechanic navigate around this church area. The bees are here to support, showing how annoying it can be to deal with, allowing the mechanic to buy a little bit more distance and time. We're going to have the overhead sight here, trying to place down these statues, and mechanic is one chip damage away from getting down, so to play a little bit more carefully as the second progress is dwindling, but unfortunately does go down with the accurate precision of these statues.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate here because it's also Seer's Cypher. So the Cypher progress was not much to begin with at the point of the mechanic going down. And to add insult to injury here, Seer has to go off of his Cypher and gets chipped. He does still have an owl left, but it's not really a great situation. Seer is like a faster decoder than the mercenary, of course, and getting chased off his Cypher is not ideal. Luckily, the bot is still safe for now, so hopefully that can help them catch up a little bit on the missing Cypher progress. And then in the meantime, the mercenary is going to activate Tinnitus and not really go in for the rescue. And Boyi might actually find out where the mercenary is. Oh, getting a chip here right away.
Yeah, so definitely don't want to feed the sculptor presence in this regard. They're trying to let the mechanic stay on chair for as long as possible. But Mercenary needs to play this really carefully. Does take the main body hit. The bees are in here for the support. The mechanic needs to continue on, but just seems to be like running right back into the direction of Bull 1. Needs to play carefully, but it was kind of inevitable. Did throw down the pallet on the wrong side. Is going to also activate that type turner as the mechanic is going to be going down. So luckily, the cipher progress is looking pretty okay. Obviously, 4 ciphers remaining does not seem like it is okay at all, but they all have a decent amount of progress and obviously not where they want it to be. But they also, again, just need to play it really carefully as the Mercenary is one chip away from getting hit. And again, just to emphasize as well that you don't want to be feeding a sculptor full presence, and she is currently on that. So I digress as the sculptor is going to be seeking out the next target, which seems to be the seer, so needs to play carefully. Does have the owl. Was trying to bait out that owl, but has that to utilize in terms of kiting. The statue does take it down, and it's going to take another statue hit, so one hit away from going down as well.
Oh, a nice pallet stun here from the seer side. Very impressive juke and pallet stun here, allowing him to get quite far away in terms of distance. But unfortunately, the mercenary has been found, and he is one chip down and has to take a statue hit here, which is quite unfortunate. He had 2 elbow pads left, but at this point, it's really no use since he's just going to go onto the chair. Seer's at half health, which is also quite unfortunate because he's still in somewhat of the vicinity. And Entomologist is the only one at full health, but they're going to have to try to trade places here. Because there's still 2 ciphers left that have yet to be popped. And we see here that What is gonna happen here? The hunter, the entomologist should be coming in here. Meanwhile, the seer might be trying to get healed by the bot. I don't know, because the entomologist still has like the bot controller there.
Yeah, it's really tough situation, but the entomologist is going to be sought out, is going to take the hit now, and now they're in a situation where none of the survivors can safely rescue in this regard. Is going to take a chip damage from the statue, is one chip damage away from going down. Unfortunately, does go down due to the combination of the statue placement as well as just taking a main attack hit. And now things for FAF are looking pretty dire in this situation. You can't really go and safely rescue, so Seer needs to play this really carefully.
Yes, that's definitely true. And the seer, I mean, he popped his cipher earlier, so the sculptor probably can guess like the seer's on the side of the map, since there wasn't any tinnitus where she was. Over here, the sculptor doing really well of navigating despite in the chisel mode, and manages to catch up to the seer very quickly. And seer has no owl, he has nothing really to work with, no palette here to play with either, so Blink is going to take down the seer. And this is a 4 survivor elimination for TUI's Hunter Boy, his sculptor. So they bring it back this time with this 4 survivor kill. That gives TUI 5 points this time. Quite unexpected, but very exciting to see.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. We did see that there was a sculptor that didn't really get as a decisive of a kill in the past, but definitely was not the case for this time, so definitely a treat to be able to watch before us again. The stream is live, so we're watching everything as it happens with you guys. So I hope you guys are enjoying the matches so far and continue to enjoy what we are witnessing in the future. So what seemed like a little bit of a dire situation for TUI, they were able to kind of reel back in with this 4K from the hunter. So things are looking up. And if you are a TUI fan, definitely something to be overjoyed about as well. FAF seemed like they had a little bit of a decisive lead so far, but now they are really, or they really need to be careful with how they play moving forward.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And we're looking at the match stats here. We see that the kiting times were not super high, unfortunately. Meanwhile, the sculptor did a really good job of getting 16 hits on the survivors, breaking 4 pallets, getting 5 survivor downs, since sometimes they weren't able to rescue, so they like had to sacrifice the survivor if there was no choice, especially towards the later portion of the match there when the health states were not really good. But in this case, yeah, the pressure is kind of a little bit back on FAF. Not completely, I guess, because even if they, like, I don't know, either way they would go to a game 3 even if they get another, even if they get like 10-0'd in this round. But at the same time, like, you really don't want to let yourself be in that situation. Actually, I don't know if that would be enough options for them to come back. I guess it would, but like, even if you are guaranteed a round 3, if you were to lose, you really don't want to try to lose with too much of a point margin. So there is still some pressure back on FAF at this point. This is TUI's survivor now against FAF's hunter, and I am very curious to see what is the game plan now from FAF's hunter after seeing that Ripper in the first match.
We did actually see, I believe what was a hunter swap right now. So, gotta commend both teams for not having the hesitation to bring out a different hunter in terms of kind of fine tuning their strategies moving forward, wanting the best optimal picks in terms of what the other options for their hunters are going to come out and bring out for us. So we did know that Seven was a Hermit player as well as apparently a really strong Ripper player. We're going to be seeing Seven be swapped out for someone new. So have different turn or we're going to be looking at different variety from FPX.ZQ here, but that's something to just see in the coming moments. But to take a look at the survivor picks here, really interesting. We're going to be seeing yet another pick on the professor. So I keep pointing out how, in theory, detrimental the professor can be because of how precise you need to be to use his skills properly. But hopefully we'll get to see some really neat execution of that moving forward. To emphasize the further survivor bans, it's going to be negating the postman as well as the female dancer and antiquarian along with the seer. So don't want to have the additional option of a cipher rush and support that comes with the postman.
就浪费时间了呀。
对的，我们再拿一手这个
昆虫，那一个辅助成本的话也不用太高。
对，主要看一下玄乐他会什么呢？除了邦邦和破轮之外，还有一手什么样的角色啊？昆虫、教授、红夫人是不是挺好的呀？反正我大不了保平呗。哎，看搬心理了，
啊，心里真的有点
没了，
有点红夫人的感觉了。
选个调酒，要不选个调酒吧，稳一手下线。怎么说？
我觉得得选调酒，你起码调酒拿出来的话，你红夫人平面很大，
没那么怕了，
对，赢面没那么大了。
对，哎，调酒可以。那这样的话，你想偷一手红夫人，也不太好偷了。玄乐会拿一个什么角色呢？这个阵容相对来说也比较均衡。
其实这个阵容如果说不是红教堂，这破轮还真挺舒服。
但是这红教堂啊，
对，
中场一个，木屋一个，小门一板一窗一个，
这些窗户真的。
对，然后再来一个佣兵的红毯，你追不追吧？
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would make sense too. I feel like if we were expecting, well, I was going to say, I feel like if we were expecting a clerk, we would see more decisive hard bans on the other stunner opportunities that the survivors have, but I guess it doesn't really matter in the sense that they just chose to pick Professor anyway, which is a really interesting priority pick, right? So again, I really hope we see something cool, but ooh, I was really excited to see. Are they playing with us? Are they playing with my heart? I want to see the Soul Weaver. Bring her out. Okay, yay, we're going to be seeing the Soul Weaver, so pretty has good potential on this map, I would say. Those webs can navigate around the map pretty quickly and kind of well, I don't know actually. lychee, what are your thoughts?
I feel like this map, I don't necessarily see Soul Weaver as much as I see her on, like, I don't know, Chinatown, Ever Sleeping Town, even sometimes Lakeside. But it'll be interesting to see how she performs because I think she still has potential as well. Yeah, we'll see. I think with the entomologist being able to block off some key doorways on this map if they decide to revolve around the red church and stuff, like, it can be kind of annoying for the Soul Weaver whenever her 3 stacks of webs get cut off all of a sudden by, like, the entomologist bees or, like, some other kind of obstacle in her way. But at the same time, potentially, she can try to counter that barmaid because she can catch up pretty quickly. So we'll see here how that plays out. Because she's so speedy with the webs, I also feel like for Professor, can be potentially a little bit difficult to time his skills and things like that.
But, yeah, I agree. I was thinking that too because in theory, yeah, maybe the professor can use that web, but it's just really hard to time it properly, and it's not something you want to necessarily rely on in terms of kiting. And as you pointed out, can use that shooting web to kind of catch the barmaid off guard. Again, kind of the fault of playing barmaid against certain hunters is that you can't be stationary, and it's always a little bit not necessarily a gamble, but that you need to buy a lot of time midst your kite if you are the one kiting and trying to heal within it, or even use the speed wind so you don't get cut off. Yeah, cut off in general in terms of gaining more distance, or even cut off from having your self-healing drink kind of heal you off. So we're gonna have to just see what goes on in this upcoming match, but excited to see a little bit of the different team lineup against a Soul Weaver of all things. But heading right into the match now, the Soul Weaver is going to be finding out her first target, is going to go through this church area. There is tinnitus that is being propped, is going to instead go around trying to mind game whoever is transitioning away, but instead actually going towards Fulan instead. So we were talking about the use of skills and execution, and hopefully that comes to play in this chase that seems to be really targeting the professor in this time.
Yeah, definitely. And the Soul Weaver is holding on to the threads for now and really saving up as much as possible so that she can kind of go for a speed burst at once, most likely. Is able to utilize the using two for now, I guess, but was able to catch up. Now the third one comes into play, fourth one, and oh, the professor actually was forced into going ahead with his skill, so wasn't able to dodge the hit here. But now we see the Soul Weaver kind of gets momentarily cut off, which is a little bit of a painful situation.
Right. The bees were there to provide a little bit of more support to kind of be that safety blanket that Professor had, just in case that skill did not land. It did not. It gained distance, but unfortunately the distance was cut off as he is hit now and forced to continue on with his kite through this church. Has a little bit of a web here to use for a speed boost, but again, the bees really showing how annoying they are. Is going to cut Ali from continuing on with that kite. Is going to go around again to try to figure out where the professor is going. Seems like that is going to be the shack area as well, but does have a little bit of terrain to utilize. Does have that blink, but it doesn't. Whoa! Actually, does have the skill utilized properly with the timing. So good on the professor for that. Able to buy a little bit more time, but seems like Ali is going to try for a web shot. Rather not, is going to hold on to it as the professor continues to kite her out. Has not even seen the chair yet, so pretty good job overall from Fulan as well as the entomologist for assisting with the bees.
Yeah, so far this just has been quite painful for this Soul Weaver, who tried to save up so many threads but got cut off many times effectively by that entomologist, and then that really great blink prediction by the professor as well to utilize his skill there. But Flywheel coming into play once again to dodge. He survives once again with a wonderful Flywheel juke. Unfortunately, Soul Weaver's unable to catch up to her webs here. Like, the webs are not producing fast enough for her to utilize them for additional speed boosts quite enough. So they're used. Oh, Terror Shock finally takes down the professor, but that was quite a lot of time wasted between the teamwork of the survivors and just their really excellent mind games and predictive jukes and dodges and uses of the skill by the professor.
Yeah, it's really crazy looking at the Cypher Machine progress too, that the entomologist had to stop to support the professor for quite a long time. And even then, we're almost looking at like essentially what was a 5 cipher kite. So incredible job on the side of TU, the survivors, as well as the cypher team. Seems like it's almost going to be primed in this situation. The entomologist is just going to get a free rescue as the Soul Weaver is a little bit distracted. So a little bit of stress and pressure seemingly showing up on Ali in this situation. Again, the survivors are all up and running. We only had the professor on the chair for the first time, and now we're in a sticky situation for FAF again. Ali was just rather distracted and just being kited out for this entirety of the match, but even trying to go after the entomologist at this point seems like a little bit of a tough situation. Does have those webs to utilize. The bees helped in evading the hit, but unfortunately will finally be going down.
Yeah, so the scales also wasn't necessarily timed right at the end, but it's not really too much of a big deal, I guess, because we see that they were able to get 3 survivors out in the end. And yeah, a little bit unfortunate for the Soul Weaver there at the very end too. They weren't able to get any advantage from the last rocket chair since they were a little bit hesitant, thinking about going towards a cipher instead, and that free rescue was able to be pulled off. But I mean, well before then, the match was already going well into the survivors' favor. So they really showed us some very excellent gameplay this time. Weren't necessarily able to bring it out against the Ripper, but this time against the Soul Weaver, they really did a good job of utilizing the bees to cut things off, utilizing their scales and the flywheels at the right times to dodge. That Professor showed really excellent kite as well. So I think that, like you mentioned, even with the support, the Cypher progress was enough at the end, and they were able to really secure that 3 survivor out. So this is really big for TUI because they have essentially flipped the game as of this match. In round 1, it was like, I think, a tie and then a 5-0. And now we have a 5-0 on the other side, followed by a 3 survivor escape, a 3-1. So now there's 1 point, I believe, in TUI's favor going into round 3. They do have that 1 little extra point advantage if it falls down to a matter of points. But otherwise, like, each team is just going to try to win round 3 to get that. But looking at the stats here, we can take a look at the Professor's kiting time here, Sato. It's quite high.
It is definitely, and again, a lot of that was, well, there was the raw kiting ability and the precise use of the skill at that one point in time to avoid getting hit by the Soul Weaver. However, it is undeniable that Entomologist did help for a lot of it too. So kudos to both of them, and TUI just generally like kind of reshaping their mindset and their game plan moving forward. They felt a lot more coordinated with this match, and like compared to like their first match against the Ripper where there was quite a few mistakes. They definitely, I guess you could say, in lack of a better words, kind of got it together and were more efficient and effective with what they were trying to execute this time around.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I definitely agree. They were able to adjust their mindset really well, despite the fact that they were kind of at a disadvantage in terms of the overall game and the tournament. So that was really good to see from TUI that they were able to turn that around. But like you mentioned, the bees played such a huge role, and we don't necessarily always see that reflected in the kiting time. I remember people were saying at one point, like, oh, the entomologist bees time that was spent around the hunter should also be included in the kiting stats, because otherwise you can't really see how much support the entomologist really provided. And I think this match was a good example of that kind of situation. So cool to see that kind of collaboration go on between the survivors there.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's definitely one of my most favorite things to see when it's an entomologist that comes out and is able to support the team survivors that they have in such an effective way too. It's just like remotely from the distance. Gotta commend them and having that communication and effectively being able to stall the hunter out. For again, that was such a long kite too, and even having that little bit of stall to support, that was just incredibly pressuring on the hunter. So kudos to them for keeping it up. And you know, it like in hindsight too, it's just crazy how much resources that the entomologist can have when she's uninterrupted and just supporting from afar with her bees. It seemed like bees lasted for an eternity too to continue on with keeping that professor up.
Yeah, that's true. And I think being on a small map was also helpful in that sense, because we often see on the bigger maps, it takes so much longer for the bees to get to the kiter they're trying to support. And by the time they get there, maybe the kiter has already gone down or some kind of situation like that, or they're already on the chair. So then they have to wait to help with the rebound kite instead. But in this case, like you mentioned, survivor communication seemed to be on point. Bees were there whenever they needed the bees to be there, and as the kiter, that's always really great to know that your teammates got your back like that. So great to see, great to see. And I guess we'll eventually be going into round 3 and seeing what the situation is there. So far, we have quite a bit of back and forth. And yeah, I don't really have much to say at this point. I just want to I'm just excited to see what's going to happen in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen an overtime yet. Maybe we could. But yeah, both teams are really putting their all and just a whole bunch of effort. When it seems like one team is going to be like kind of in the lead so far, we kind of get surprised. So again, really just constantly surpassing my expectations of what's going to happen moving forward. But we are going to take a look at the map pick from FAF right now. And yeah, again, we also emphasize that map pick is really crucial in terms of picking, or I guess also setting the pace of what the hunter prefers, as well as what the survivors can work around. But I digress. We're going to take a look at the survivor bans now with a ban on the professor. So definitely are going to be respect banning that professor. Seems like that scale was annoying enough to not want to deal with, as well as the antiquarian. So two stunners and then the universal seer ban.
Yeah, that professor from the last round, it seems like, really did a number on the hunter and their confidence in going against another professor. But I don't blame them at all. If it were me, I would also be considering putting that professor up on the bans just based on the result from last time. So we'll see what hunter they decide to go with the ban as well. Will they? I don't know if they'll necessarily ban like the Soul Weaver. Last time they banned the Breaking Wheel and Bloody Queen. Actually, those are pretty good choices considering the map, I think, because Ali, who was FAF's hunter, they got a 4 kill with Breaking Wheel the last time they played a non-professional team. And I'll take us off the screen again, ZQ, so that everybody can see the ban picks and the match without us covering up anything. But yeah, the Breaking Wheel they did really well with before. And of course, Bloody Queen on this map does have certain advantages as well. So they're going to eliminate those variables right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, again, can't point out how often we would used to see Breaking Wheel come out on this map, so definitely understand why they wouldn't want to see it again. We're going to also see a ban on the Embalmer and the Toy Merchant, so not bad options at all from the side of the Hunter. We're going to also have a little bit of delay time as they pick their final survivors. Really happy to see Acrobat back on his home terrain here at the Moonlit River Park. Again, not a bad choice at all. Seems like we're kind of going for a more universal survivor lineup at this time as we wait for the final pick to lock in. And the final ban for the survivor is entomologist. So, another really understandable ban. We saw how lethal support the entomologist was in the last match. Don't want to repeat that again. And yeah, I mean, so far so good on the side of TUI's survivor lineup. Pretty universal, pretty standard, but overall generally reliable on paper. So looking forward to what they will decide next.
Yeah, certainly true. And the postman, after much deliberation, is going to be rounding out this team composition here. So, very interesting. I suppose he can. Last time during the player interviews, they mentioned like, oh, they didn't want the ciphers to be too slow, so they added in the postman, I think. So I wonder if that is part of the consideration for TUI as well, adding in that postman on this kind of very large map here. But like you mentioned, Sadako, it's very much a team composition that's like all well-rounded, kind of going for stable picks that might potentially counter a lot of hunters that Ali can play, as opposed to like one specific hunter. So
Yeah, sorry. I suppose like the variable in picking that postman is that they wouldn't have a stunner necessarily, but I mean they banned the stunners. Well, yeah, postman is really good in promoting Cypher Rush if he's not chased out first. And yeah, I mean, Bonbon is known for being camping type hunter, is prone to the Cypher Rush as we pointed out with camping type hunters. Needs to I would say get his first chase target down rather quickly in order to be really effective because it's hard to do a little bit of a foot race on this map, seeing how big Moonlit River Park is, and they have the roller coaster to their potential advantage too. And for sure, they're gonna try to take use of that as well. And then having a priestess in the team lineup too is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for Bon Bon.
Yeah, so the survivors have split up here, and interestingly, the mercenary has decided to take in the first stop where the coaster is. But Bonbon here is going to spawn between the acrobat and the postman. So potentially we could see something like the mercenary takes the roller coaster over to the second stop, and the postman can kite around the funhouse here and then jump on the roller coaster, and then get some potential support from Priestess and Acrobat. I don't know. Well, Acrobat, we don't really consider him a huge supporter, but occasionally he can help. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel like the strategy would go on the survivor side, but we'll have to see how this actually plays out in the chase.
Right. Yeah, we'll just have to see. It's interesting because again, the survivor lineup is pretty for the most part pretty stable, having the most obvious first chase target being Postman. It's kind of up in the air. We've seen really good execution of Postman being able to kite, but that is all ultimately up to player knowledge, game sense, and experience, skill, etc., etc. A lot of different factors that don't necessarily rely on his actual kit itself, but it is a factor to consider. We are going to be into the match now, as Ali is going to be immediately transitioning for that bridge area, and gonna have a little bit of an overhead sight as we look at all the player cams. The priestess does put down a portal here, so one portal utilized in trying to kite out Ali. So far, so good. Not going to have so much line of sight to be hit with these bombs. The bomb does not hit. Rather, I changed that entirely. Is going to have one chip damage from the bomb hit onto the priestess, but has yet another portal to utilize to go across this map and into the funhouse area. And now we're going to be seeing a little bit of a disruption on the cipher progress, as well as going to be heading into the vicinity of the postman. So unfortunately, that is a factor here, as it seems like both of them are kind of like dual kiting around this area.
Yeah, kind of a 2-in-1 kite here, I guess. We see that the coaster has been taken over here already, so Postman's in position, but this Bonbon did bring teleport in anticipation of potentially having to either catch up to the roller coaster or switch targets, and he actually gets there first and gets that terror shock onto the Postman. Oh no. So the Postman is going to go ahead and be put on the rocket chair. This is about kind of less than 3 cipher kite here that's been happening so far. So a little bit short on the ciphers right now, and the spawn bone has many bombs to work with for this camping situation here. So I don't know if they'll bother to come rescue. Like, I guess the acrobat is coming over to give the tinnitus, and the mercenary who's on the other side of the map is just gonna stay where he is. But Acrobat, like Bonbon already knows Acrobat's position as well as of now, so he's not able to apply too much pressure to the hunter either.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate in regard getting terror shocked off that coaster. You kind of had to expect that Bon Bon would probably be bringing something like teleport, given how big this. And yeah, just unfortunate again. We are going to be seeing a little bit of a landmine situation with the bombs being placed here. Knows that the tinnitus is being procced, however, as you mentioned before, is well aware of the acrobat's position as acrobat continues to move on as the postman expires, unfortunately, on that chair without being rescued. So now there is going to be a little bit more pressure on the side of the survivors here, is going to be continuing to throw these bombs. The acrobat is trying to navigate around the roller coaster area, showing how there is trick shots and jumps with the bomb usage. Does have a little bit of distance in this regard. Is trying to utilize the roller coaster to his advantage. Unfortunately, takes another chip damage, so now is at a half health state here. Is again going to try to use these track to gain a little bit distance, trying to also avoid these hits, but is one chip damage away from going down, so needs to play really carefully in this situation.
Yeah, the Acrobat, despite being one chip down, did a pretty decent job of avoiding getting that last chip on him. Very nice jukes and also utilization of the ball there to dodge, and that really buys his teammates quite a lot of Cypher progress time. Blink coming into play, but the Acrobat utilized the bomb already and was able to dodge that as well. So now the Bonbon actually has no trait at this point. If the Acrobat can last just a little bit longer here, but he does end up going down to the bombs. If he had lasted until the Cypher progress was all complete and they could have primed and popped, I think it would have been really huge because the Bonbon would have had absolutely no trait to work with. But at this point, the Mercenary is making the rescue, and I think they'll still be in a pretty good endgame situation where the Bonbon has no teleport to work with for endgame as well. And the Mercenary, I mean, he also has Tide Turner as well to buy quite a bit of time. So as long as he pulls off this rescue, it should be fine. Does take this hit. Oh, actually goes down.
Oh my
gosh.
Oh my god! What the? Wow, really entirely got stuffed. We're going to also see a pause in the deduction here. I'm not sure if there's like technical difficulties, but that was absolutely insane. Wow, can't even process my thoughts enough to figure out what was going on there, but all of a sudden, what seemed like a pretty safe rescue from a mercenary who is known for being able to, usually secure a rescue against a Bonbon in that regard, just immediately went downhill. So extremely unfortunate, but my god, I was surprised.
Yeah, definitely really surprising to see that. I think the Mercenary was healthy coming in as well, right? So it's kind of unfortunate they went down prior to the Cypher pop. Not even that, it's like the Bonbon managed to hit him out so far away that I was worried he wouldn't be able to make the rescue at all, but it seemed like he did, at least able to pull off the rescue, although he did end up on last effort immediately after that. I think the Mercenary, I wonder if it would have been better if he just went straight in and tried to get that chair rescue, because if he's going in healthy, even if he takes a bomb and then like he's not gonna go down right away just from the bombs, right? Like it really has to be the hunter hitting him also. So in that case, like even if the hunter hit him also, they could have still popped the Cypher in attack recovery and then they rescue without him necessarily being hit so far out. But we are going to go back into the game here after those technical difficulties for the players. Unfortunately for the players, both the Mercenary and the Acrobat are on last effort, sorry. However, the Priestess's portal is already into play. So, yeah, unfortunately, they are going to go down after Priestess portal, but this really allows the Mercenary to make an escape here because now the Priestess can go ahead and heal him up, and as mentioned previously, the Bonbon does not have teleport to work with here, so they should be able to heal and get that gate open on the other side as well.
Like, honest to God, thank the mighty heavens that Priestess was in this lineup. Otherwise, we could be seeing a very different outcome in the situation. That global portal definitely was able to really secure what might have not even been a draw at all. So, again, really just showing how useful Priestess's kit can be despite, all the technical difficulties that happened in trying to rescue that Acrobat off a chair. They were able to save a really dire situation and make it more feasible for them, but it's still not what you would have wanted. But there's only so much you can do when you encounter these kind of errors in game. It's rather unfortunate, but thankfully they were able to get a draw.
Yes, after the exciting chain of events at the end game, luckily they were able to get that draw like you mentioned. Let me think about where this puts the score now, or do I even want to think about it? But I guess because FAF, like ultimately they want to win the round, right? So I guess the main point of the next match is who can win the next match, because that will ultimately lead to whoever wins the round. And then if they end up 2-2 again, then that extra point in the beginning, the extra point advantage is going to come into play there. But yeah, that, like you mentioned with the team composition, the priestess played a really key role at the end with that global portal, and I guess on a map like this, like, she is really still worth considering as your ban because it's such a large map and she can do a lot of time wasting with her portals along the bridge as well as being able to connect the gates like that. Unfortunately for the Bonbon, that they didn't have teleport at the end game because they ended up using their ability at some point as well. So yeah, they didn't have any like ability to help them catch up at the end game. But we can take a look at the match statistics briefly. I guess we won't take a look at them for too long. But now here we have the score overall here. So there was that extra point that went to TUI in game 2. And I guess if they end up tying again with 2-2, then that extra point will come into play and it'll be TUI winning. But otherwise, if it's not that situation, then whoever wins game 3 is gonna be the overall winner of this matchup here. So we will find out shortly.
Yeah, I guess my mind is still spinning from the events that just happened right now. Yeah, so everyone make sure when you're playing things like rank and stuff that your internet is doing well. This is a lesson well learned, I suppose you could say. But we are going to also be seeing another swap in and swap out from TUI. So Bowen is going to be taking the benches as of right now as they continue to try to fight for their place in this tournament here.
Yeah, so we will see how their other hunter is able to step up to the plate in this situation. But we see that their signature Axe Boy has already been banned, as well as the Dream Witch, who of course does have win potential as well. So banning 2 strong hunters off the bat. And meanwhile, the survivor bans include that priestess that we just talked about how strong she was, Toy Merchant, who can also create a lot of distance on this map, and the Seer as well. So perhaps cluing us into a single hit hunter or something, but we'll have to find out.
Yeah, some very interesting points that have been made. A lot of things to consider when you are the hunter. Yeah, I mean, Moonlit River Park is a map that is really gigantic. You would ideally want to have a hunter that is fast mobility but at what cost, right? We did see how the Bonbon was trying to utilize with that teleport to make up for that lack of mobility. And yeah, but it all comes down to preference and such. We are going to be seeing the bans on the Embalmer and the Patient. So Patient can navigate around the map very well with the hooks, and definitely Embalmer is also known to be a big threat, especially on such a large map as this. If you place your coffin on one side of the map, can completely run to the other, I guess, in just theory, and then if you go down, you can immediately just rebirth on the opposite side of the map, making it a headache for the hunter. Just as one of many examples as to why the coffin can be super annoying. I digress. We're going to also take a look at the Acrobat pick, and again, really stable pick overall, can accomplish a lot of things, can be a good kiter, can rescue if need be. Yeah, and I'm not sure if I see that final ban correctly.
Yeah,
I mean, we're actually going to be seeing a prisoner as our final pick on the survivor line.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. Prisoner being brought out and the Gardener ban. I guess Gardener is also a character that counters some single hit hunters, but we did see her several times the other day as well, but not necessarily to a particular advantage for the team. So interesting that she is taking that ban spot here. Perhaps TUI's Hunter just felt like FAF might bring out that Gardener again, given the past series of events. Who knows? Yeah, who will it be? The Bloody Queen. I was thinking about the Bloody Queen as well, because like you have the Antiquarian, who you can try to target there. You have the Prisoner, who of course you can try to target. The Acrobat, I mean, he can try to dodge the mirrors, get out of mirror range with his bombs, as well as if any of them have Flywheel, they can utilize that to their advantage as well. But ultimately, Bloody Queen might be not a bad choice on this map, considering the size of the map and also the fact that she can utilize her mirrors to counter stuns, of course, and all of that. So since TUI needs to get a tie in order to win the game, Bloody Queen, of course, is a tie hunter. She also potentially can somewhat counter the roller coaster as well, being able to cross the map with her mirror. So, of course, that is a consideration as well.
Yeah, definitely true in that regard. We're gonna take a look at the spawn selections here as well. I do want to emphasize in terms of the Bloody Queen choice that it is super integral to have pretty, or at least like, generally accurate mirrors. Otherwise, she ends up being a little bit of a glorified one-hit hunter, so needs to play a little bit strategically. Hopefully the mind games end up working into UI's hunter's favor in that regard, because otherwise it could end up in a situation where some of these survivors can kite, or theory can have a decent kiting staying power potential. But we'll have to see. As you did point out, the mirror is also an opportunity to utilize the ability to close out distance and traversing the map side to the other. So yeah, both sides need to really just give it their all in what could be the potential match in this situation. So good luck to both teams as they continue to fight on.
Yes, indeed. Good luck to both teams here, and we will find out who is the final team that's moving on from this match as we go ahead and enter the game here. This is Moonlit River Park. I like that shot as we go along the roller coaster tracks a lot, but now we are right into the match. This Bloody Queen wearing a very regal outfit here, and looks like they're trying to circle around the tent area. Hiding over there is the Antiquarian, I believe. And unfortunately, this mirror is not very helpful for the Bloody Queen in finding the first survivor. So it is another 15 seconds till she gets that mirror back. And she wasn't able to rotate over there either in time, which is a little bit unfortunate as well. This does mean she ends up in an empty area where there's really no survivors for her to chase.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, emphasizing the precision and utilization of those mirrors. Thankfully, she is going to be going into the vicinity of the next survivor. Target is not going to really commit to going up those stairs yet, is trying to seek out a different target, or rather even trying to mind game to see if the survivor up there would fall from that window. Unfortunately does not, and is forced to waste even more time, but is going to seemingly commit now, placing down that aqua mirror and taking chase onto the acrobat, who, in theory does have good staying power, but is going to get hit, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately the flywheel was mistimed there and they weren't able to completely dodge the mirror, which is a little bit unfortunate. But Bloody Queen does have Blink and is trying to close in. Meanwhile, Acrobat is going to use these bombs to force the Bloody Queen to take him down with a mirror hit instead. And Bloody Queen is closing in, and oh, nice dodge there from the Acrobat. Unfortunately, this charge attack, she's still a little bit too far away. So I think, depending on where the Acrobat goes, Bloody Queen might be forced out to use a Blink here, and she does. Has to use a Blink to down the Acrobat. By this time, we do see that almost 4 ciphers are done, although none of them are necessarily popped, but at least 4 ciphers have good progress on them. And since the survivors need a 3 survivor escape in order to win the game, they really do need everything they can get to get this advantage in the match.
Definitely, truly, we do see that the stress and pressure is really high on the survivors. Seed is in the area to come in for the rescue at the moment, is gonna buy a little bit more time to utilize those elbow pads to get a little bit more of a secure rescue. Is going to try to mind game, does not want to get terror shocked here. Is going to take the basic attack, and the acrobat is forced to kite in the situation, but unfortunately the aqua mirror does completely stuff any opportunity for a rebound kite. However, there is a tide turner that allows the survivors to buy a little bit more time in this regard. But still, as you pointed out, there is 3 survivors that need to leave this game for them to continue standing. So, really tough situation for FAF.
Right, and we do see that the antiquarian is coming between the Bloody Queen and the chair, and manages to get the Bloody Queen stunned against the wall here. One more time before she can catch up as well. The acrobat momentarily is able to get away, does not have any bombs to kite with here, but the flywheel is available again and is used, this time successfully, to dodge the Bloody Queen's mirror. She does utilize that mirror rotation there, but has to swap places in order to catch up with the acrobat. Is able to get another bomb now, gains his next red bomb, and should be able to make it into the pallet here. Antiquarian here coming in as well, and the Bloody Queen is not even able to get a hit onto this antiquarian. Let's see if they can last until this last cipher, gain some additional progress on here. Acrobat only had his first chair as well, so still has another life on chair if needed.
Absolutely. This antiquarian coming in with the successful support would really just change everything. We do see that the last Zephyr machine is really close to being popped here. They are going to try the healing strategy here to allow them that extra time. Unfortunately, he does get picked up. The antiquarian is going to try to balloon rescue in the situation, but does not pull it off successfully. So the acrobat will be seeing the basement now, and basement is not such a secure and stable place to be rescuing out of. So little bit of a hard situation for them to pull back from. However, it seems like the prisoner is going to come for the rescue here. It does take the hit and is now going to get the acrobat off chair. Again, trying to leave this basement or even rescue from it is such a difficult situation. They are going to try to navigate through this basement as best as they can. The most important thing is for them to try to leave as fast as possible, but unfortunately, the last cipher does get popped in this regard. The acrobat is going to be chased out yet again with the aqua mirror not being as precise as it needs to be. Is only going to get downed, unfortunately, as he is in an open area. So really valiant effort on the side of the survivors, but the Bloody Queen does have teleport, so that puts a lot more stress and pressure onto FAF survivors.
Right, and the teleport was actually used very quickly there. Acrobat does have self-heal, so he can try to heal up in the meantime. This mercenary here is also not the easiest for the Bloody Queen to deal with, and at this point, the mercenary seems like he just wants to buy as much time as possible, keeping the Bloody Queen in this area so that she can't go after the other survivors who are going to the gate. The other survivors are making a run for the gate, including the acrobat who picked himself back up. And at this point, if the Bloody Queen cannot down at least 2 survivors, that's going to be FAF's win. So unfortunately, the Bloody Queen doesn't seem like she can do anything about the situation, or at this point, all she can do is wait for the mercenary to go down. It's a little bit unfortunate. I feel like she could have at least tried to chair the acrobat first, but was just probably in a bit of a panic there at the end game with all 4 survivors standing, that they felt pressure to do that early teleport. Yeah, so that was quite a lot happening there at the end, I suppose. Like, looking back on it, there was the antiquarian trying to do the forcing the heal tech there, but the force heal actually almost completely worked out where they could have popped the cipher, so it was a little bit unfortunate there. The Bloody Queen, with her really fast finger speed, was able to pick up the survivor off of the ground before the antiquarian could force another heal, and that allowed the Bloody Queen to chair in the basement, which made the rescue a little bit more challenging. And we saw there they almost had trouble getting out of the basement there after the rescue, but luckily the prisoner had a stun that was handy as well, and that really helped the acrobat just buy a little bit more time. Because if the Bloody Queen had really just downed the survivor right away, I think there would have been no question for them to chair the survivor first before like doing a teleport or something like that, or like assessing the situation a little bit further. But because the acrobat was initially able to buy a little bit of time after the cipher pop, the Bloody Queen felt more pressure to like teleport to a cipher quicker in that sense. So yeah, the survivors did a really amazing job of being able to turn this, well, I don't want to say like turn this around, but I guess bring it back into their team's favor in the very end and get this win against TUI in a situation where TUI only needed a tie to win. Yeah, really good match, and we can see the survivor stats here as well. Really impressive too.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much summed up all of my thoughts, Lychee. I really don't have any like further comments to add. It's just amazing to see how FAF was able to, rise in adversity here and, again, also bring it back when they were in a situation where it seemed like this was the last game for them. So, yeah, big kudos to them and, managing to coordinate their teamwork in a way that seemed like it was very unlikely it was going to happen. Again, that antiquarian support near the end was really integral, but also just the teamwork cooperation ended up being really successful, really monumental. Even like putting aside the antiquarian support, as you mentioned earlier, the prisoner coming in with the stun and being the one who was able to rescue out of basement was also super important too. So it's just having that knowledge and game sense of how you can work around your character's abilities that really just came to light and shone through and was able to have them secure that three-man escape as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess there were a lot of key points in that match. Like at the end game, I was overwhelmed by all the things that are happening at the end. But even from the very start, the very beginning, the Bloody Queen unfortunately had a bit of a missed mirror situation, and they went the wrong way as well, thinking the survivor might be still lingering at the first stop, or maybe transitioned over to, not the first stop, the last stop, or maybe transitioned over to that last stop. So that helped the survivors gain a lot of early game time as well. And then we saw like mid game, I mean, Acrobat did a pretty good kite that forced the Bloody Queen to use their blink, which was another aspect. And then towards the late game, the Antiquarian had such good support as well. And finally, the end game that we already discussed. So it's like you mentioned, like the survivors all knew their own individual skills really well and also seemed to be right in place when it was time to support their teammates. That Antiquarian support there was also so crucial in that game and really stunning to watch how they did that so successfully. So overall, really successful match for the FAF survivors, and it's impressive for FAF to have this win going forward. I think that out of all the but out of all the non-professional teams, TUI had gotten a lot of hype because of their previous participation in COA, of the fact that they have a lot of former pro players on their team, and that they've been around for a couple of years and are generally well known to the community since they stream a lot and things like that. So I think like FAF maybe almost a little bit of an underdog situation. I don't want to say like completely, but still, I think kind of like FAF were a little bit of the underdogs going against TUI, and they were able to accomplish a really nice victory in today's tournament. So I'm very happy for them. And as for TUI, we may continue to see them in the future, so no worries there. If you are a TUI fan, they still do have a fighting chance against the other teams. So we will just wait and see. Who will the best deduction be this time is probably what's going to come up next.
Yeah, very true. And, bringing up the point of FAF as well, I think that they're definitely making a name for themselves in this tournament too. I feel like Well, I mean, I've been like personally casting and watching a lot of their matches, not even like intentionally. That's just how it ends up being, and I've been pretty excited to see, their matches specifically. I feel like there's a lot of variation, and they're definitely not a team you necessarily want to underestimate, both on the side of the survivors and the hunters as well. And I mean, we did see like a little bit of a decay down in like some of the matches where they were down points, but we're really just being able to see how they can come back from that and recover, which is definitely just another impressive thing to consider in such high stakes situations such as the.
Yeah, for sure. We did see them come back. We did also see them make good use of their lineup as well. I think having two hunters on their team definitely really benefited them today, and they were luckily able to kind of bring out the best of them all in the end. So good to see that they were able to utilize their, I guess, human resources effectively, as effective as their other resources in today's games. And it'll be fun. So far, we have had both of our matches so far go to round 3. No overtimes so far, but who knows? That could always change because we do have one more matchup of teams coming up next. But for now, honestly, I am ready to find out who the best deduction will be at this point and see the highlights and take a break and such. So yeah, how are you holding up at the moment, Sadako?
I'm holding up, lychee, and that's all that matters. I'm here to stay as long as we continue to watch really fun Identity 5 matches. And I know that sounds super cheesy to say, but I've been enjoying myself so far. How are you holding up, lychee?
Um, Surprisingly good, I think, especially compared to the last two streams that I did, both like the one on your channel and the one that I did previously on IVLychee. So yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think the matches have been good so far. We've seen a lot of exciting matches, but also it hasn't been a case where every match has gone into overtime, which is like as much fun as it is, it's like the 9-hour stream itself was not quite fun. I believe at the end I was like, as much as I tried to resist the temptation of sleep, my brain was like completely jello at the end. So I was not able to complete. I was like, what am I talking about at this point? Oh, Sadako's done talking. I must start talking at this point. But I also don't know what is coming out of my mouth at this point. So luckily, I haven't gotten to that point yet today, and hopefully won't get there, but we'll see. We still have quite a few matches to go, and I am kind of down on the last bit of my coffee, so we'll see if I go for a refill or something during this break that we have coming up next. But yeah, it's kind of the situation. But at least we are enjoying it live and enjoying it along with the chat. Feel free to tell us how you're doing, everybody in the chat, how well you're holding out. I think some of our viewers might be in Asia or other regions, so it's probably a little bit of a better time for them than the two of us who it's like the wee hours of the morning at the moment. But yeah, if you are here, if you are from like North America or this side, I guess not necessarily North America, but this side of the world here where it's currently dark out and it's mid-morning, not mid-morning, but like early morning. Kudos for you for staying awake with the rest of us. It's not an easy feat to do.
Yeah, absolutely fighting for our lives out here at anywhere from like 3 to 6 in the morning. But it is a fun time indeed, and very glad to be sharing it with all of you guys as we continue to watch these matches. It seems like they're still deliberating on who's going to get best deduction, though, which is totally fine and valid. There was a lot of really monumental moments, I would say, from the teams as well. So definitely can understand why they're taking a lot of consideration and thought into it. But for now, I don't know where I was going with that. Yeah, so it seems like they've finally decided. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're just having a little bit of a pan out onto the scene and the stage right now, which is totally fine and valid too. Yeah, really. See, I didn't even know that thing existed. That little embryo, whatever that is. I had never paid attention to that before. So little fun tidbits like that show the graphics design is just continuing to go up. In terms of new things that are coming to the game, really excited to see what the new essence might be in the future, as well as, the new updates that are coming. There's going to be certain adjustments to certain characters, which is either a nerf or a buff. Um, and also, the addition of Alice coming too. So super excited to see how she stands. And the potential of seeing Itakwa in, future tournaments as well.
Yeah, that's true. We definitely have a lot to look forward to, and I know a lot of people have been excited for this new hunter and especially this new survivor that's coming out that you mentioned, Alice the journalist, and people have been speculating about what her talents might be, what her skills might be. So I think it'll definitely be a big reveal and be very exciting for everybody to learn. But I believe they are now going to show us the best deduction finally. And it turns out it's a survivor this time, Diane, who is the acrobat here that is being shown. We do see that we have their stats here. Point-wise, 7,000 something points. Escapes an average of 0.6. Oh wait, no, this is rescue is 0.67. I mean, I guess rather than looking at the numbers, we can kind of just think back to the previous match, right, where the acrobat did a really good kite, and I think that speaks for itself. But for now, we're going to go into the player interview, so let's see who gets interviewed and what they'll say.
Yeah, looking forward to hearing the insight.
Asked how would you describe the matches today? It's like turning, like endlessly turning the tables and reversal back and forth. He's feeling very happy right now, and honestly didn't think they would win. She asked how did they prepare ahead of time. He said regular practice. They practice until 12 every day.
Oh.
And this is the last time during the interview they warned everybody to beware the Ripper. Asking about the Ripper. He says he's very good control over the Ripper, the hunter. And yeah, so they brought him out to the tournament. Really believed in him. Today now she's asking about the performance of the forward player, I think. And he's saying like the Ripper just played really well, was really strong. How did they adjust after their match they kind of got taken over during round 2, I guess? Their coaches told them not to panic, even though they were in a point deficit, or the round deficit, and just worry like on winning in game 3. Now she's asking about him playing Bonbon. Based on the spawn point, his Bonbon could only target the priestess first. And she brought priestess, or teleport since there's a priestess. And it's a big map. The last camping, he didn't quite get it right and had no teleport or like no trump card at the end game. So the survivors, I mean, we saw what happened. They were able to escape like and get a tie through the priestess portal. Ask about how he saw his survivor teammates communicate. And they would all like call out the hunters, the Bloody Queen's location on the Moonlit River Park, and did a good job of protecting each other. The acrobat did a good job of dodging the Bloody Queen's mirrors. Now asking him to rate their performance today out of 10. He's not super satisfied with himself, but he thinks his teammates played very well, as well as the other hunter who played Jack.
Ooh, yeah.
So that was his rating of his team. Next up, they'll be going against a really strong team. So, any words he wants to say? There, he says, he says their survivor AC wants to tell GR's hunter super rich he's about to get kited for a long time. And for reference, AC used to be a part of GR, so it's kind of like a, I guess, poking at a former teammate there. And then he also wanted to personally tell AK that he's a fan of AK. So I thought that was fun.
Love the duality between both of those. But yeah, really thank you for translating that. I'm sure we got a lot of insight out of it. We're going to be transitioning to the highlights as well as the break upcoming. So we will see you guys after these fun highlights and the break. So make sure to stay tuned and get your snacks and stuff if you haven't already.
Yep, thank you everyone, and I'll actually keep the highlights playing this time so that you guys can watch while we're away. See you all soon. We'll be back. Hello, everyone. Sadako and I are back, and right now we are going to see a big match today. This is the third matchup of the day. This is Do5 versus FPX.ZQ, two professional teams from China's Identity 5 League. And this is actually, we've gone back to the winners bracket at the moment. So we are actually going to see a qualifying match here. Like whichever one of these two teams wins today actually makes it as a qualifying team into the Call of the Abyss 6 global finals or global playoffs, whichever you want to call it, I suppose. But very exciting time for these two teams here. And we're actually seeing the player cameras in the intros as they wave to us, which is very fun. But yeah, Sadako, hope you had a good break as well, and happy to be back. I want to go grab something. Sorry, I need to go grab something real quick, so I'll be right back. But in the meantime, maybe you can say hi to the chat real quick while I'm gone.
All right. Without further ado, I will be leading the conversation for a little bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from your break. I am very happy to be back with you guys as we take a look at Do5's player stats and, their preferred characters. Hello, hi. If you guys are here for the first time, welcome. If you guys have been here for, all of these matches or maybe just the one before, really glad to see you stuck around. Yeah, so this current matchup, obviously, given the prerequisites that Lychee just described, is a very anticipated one. So extremely excited to see how things are going to hold up moving forward. Just a couple of shout outs. Hello to Jong, hello to Esther, hello to Luis as well, a new face that I hadn't seen in the chat yet. And yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. And be sure to let us know what your thoughts, your opinions, and your support is going towards as we move forward. And take a look at the hunters now as well. So we haven't quite seen Wax Artist today. I'd be really excited to see him just because I enjoy the playstyle and kit of Wax Artist. So definitely something to be kind of mindful of, as obviously there is a hunter here that can play Wax Artist, and Wax Artist is known to be a very oppressive hunter. So if we get to see him come out of jail, I'd be excited to see that. If you guys are hoping for a different character or, are hoping for any kind of character in general in terms of survivor and hunter picks, definitely let us know too. Because there is quite a big character listen pool. And, definitely would love to see some variety at some point in time. But again, really big teams are going head to head here, and there is so much more on the line now than any of the other matches we've seen so far today, as discussed prior. You're super excited for Dong X gameplay, me as well. So Lychee, you're back now. Lead us back into what your thoughts are. Lychee, you're muted again.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, everyone. I have muted myself like many different ways throughout the stream, just FYI. So I keep double muting myself on accident. But appreciate the reminders. Thank you, Esther, for always watching out for that in the chat and letting me know, because I'd be really sad if nobody let me know and I was just talking the whole stream to myself. Yeah, but I was just saying, Esther, I'm also really excited to see Dongx's gameplay too, because we did see his wax artist on the screen just now, and he previously also got a 4-kill with that wax artist in the qualifiers against GW. So that, along with some of the other hunters we've seen, definitely a really strong showing. And of course, he's made quite a name for himself as the top hunter of China's Identity 5 League. So definitely a lot to look forward to in his gameplay there. I will say that also, like, the Do 5 survivors, I think, have also managed to step it up somewhat in the mainland qualifiers here, because in IVL last season in the fall, we saw their survivor team wasn't quite able to get things together as nicely as they did in the past, and they didn't qualify for the playoffs despite Dongx putting out really good numbers as a hunter. So I think seeing their improved performance on the survivor side so far in the qualifiers has been quite promising. But those are my 2 cents on Do 5 and why we should be excited about them today. You did something really truly evil to Stream Tech in the past life. Oh my gosh. I suppose I must have if this is the result. Yeah, but we just saw the map pick. I think, was that the Ever Sleeping Town that was picked? I didn't quite catch that on my screen, but I guess we'll find out if that's the case or not as we go into the first round, and we'll start off with the band picks here. And it is Ever Sleeping Town, so my eyes did not deceive me this time.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We are gonna have a look at the survivor picks and bans, with the seer being the first priority pick. And let's go woman, as we have the first 2 lock-ins on priestess and antiquarian. So far so good. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. Ooh, with some survivor bans on the mercenary and the barmaid. So definitely want to get rid of more staying power, as we're going to lock in the kind of second most stable rescuer, which is the first officer. So looking forward to what we have so far as we continue on with pretty decisive picks and bans, with the ban on the psychologist. So kind of eradicating any option of the like delayed damage or being able to heal yourself, or like just entirely negate a hit with these picks. So any thoughts on who we might be expecting to see? I know we did see a priority pick on the, or priority hunter on the match stats, or player stats, I'm so sorry, with the wax artist. So I suppose that could be a consideration, as we do see a lock in on the patient as well.
Yeah. For Dongx, he does have a lot. So there's the Dream Witch, which he was originally known for quite a while. The Clerk is another one that he plays. He plays Naiad very well also. So those are some ones that he's played recently in addition to the Wax Artist, although he does have some additional in his hunter pool as well. But taking a look at the team composition, I don't know, it doesn't really feel like Wax Artist to me. Oh, Geisha coming out first. So yeah, Dongx has a really good Geisha too, but I didn't really quite expect him to bring out Geisha right off the bat here in round 1. So this is fun. Based on the bans and picks, I thought it might end up being like a Clerk or a Dream Witch, but turns out that Geisha is going to be the pick here. And I guess Geisha going after Patient isn't too big of an issue. She is kind of vulnerable to harassers, but in general, Priestess is chaseable as well, and with Patient, even though he has the hooks, she is generally able to catch up pretty quickly with her butterflies, so I guess he could potentially become a target here.
Right. I agree with you. It's not a pick I would have had expected to come out on like a first match pick. But Esther got their dream. We're going to be seeing a geisha, and not only a geisha in general, but for our first match. So hope this match will suit your expectations. And yeah, so anyways, we will be also taking a look at the spot selections really quick here. As you pointed out, Geisha does not like harassers, so probably would not go out of your way to be chasing the antiquarian. However, the other survivors are kind of just nearly in the vicinity, and it doesn't really matter anyway. Geisha has high mobility to navigate around the map, so it really just depends on like who she wants to pick in terms of target. It's kind of like picking the lesser of evils in this regard. You can chase any of these survivors, essentially. I guess the most optimal could be the first officer in that he doesn't really have any kit options in terms of maintaining distance from the hunter. But we'll just have to see how Dongx decides to play this out. We know that a really aggressive geisha can be something to fear, especially on a map like Ever Sleeping. But that is my little soapbox. I will get off of for now because I would rather not cast or curse anything further moving on, because I keep saying things and getting surprised when the opposite happens. So yeah, best of luck to both teams as we are going to be heading right into Ever Sleeping Town with the geisha going to towards the next target, which seems to be centering around the central area. Gonna have a little bit of a lucky here on what the player camps look like. A butterfly is going to be thrown and immediately going through a portal into this graveyard area where there are unfortunately 2 survivors lingering about.
And this actually dropped the priestess who is taking the first kite, it ends up being. The priestess has actually utilized all the portals already, so he's going to potentially take a hit here. Oh, does end up taking the hit. The flywheel is also not ready to help the priestess at all, and first officer is kind of forced off her cipher a little bit at that point too. But luckily, priestess goes out of the graveyard, gets on the tram, but this geisha is going to just try to meet the priestess at the tram stop probably. So let's see, the priestess should be getting a portal soon, but I don't know if she'll get a chance to use it or not. Excitement is the trait of choice for today's geisha. So not quite a blink, but uses the excitement to go through the portal, but the priestess uses a flywheel, and now the antiquarian is here to provide support as well, but still a hit through the body blocker, the antiquarian, onto the priestess in the end, and we'll see if the antiquarian will continue to harass here.
Yeah, it seems like that will not be the case. We're going to have, unfortunately, the priestess see the chair for the first time as the antiquarian kind of lingers about. Obviously, Tinnitus is being proc. Geisha has pretty knowledgeable, or rather knows kind of where the area of the antiquarian is, being the one who is proccing that Tinnitus. It seems like Korean was just trying to buy a little bit more time, doesn't want to get hit readily. Is going to flywheel to negate any hit. It still takes the hit regardless and is going to get the rescue off. Is here for the extra support to not allow that geisha to hit off the priestess immediately. In terms of the rebound kite, it's going to butterfly away from the antiquarian to evade any potential stuns that are coming that way, but it seems like the priestess is just going to kite back into the vicinity of the antiquarian for that extra support. Unfortunately, we'll be going down with that pallet drop here.
Yeah, looks like antiquarian was in the vicinity, so she's gonna get chased away by the geisha here. Geisha doesn't have excitement, so she probably was a little bit wary since the cooldown is not over yet, and is going to get chaired near the antiquarian cipher as well, which is a little bit unfortunate for the survivors. Antiquarian for now does have to run off so that she doesn't get targeted, and the first officer is going to be the one coming in for the rescue. This should be generally pretty stable rescuer, although he is pretty far away from the chair. The geisha doesn't seem to have a really good grasp yet on where he is. Now going ahead and just pulling off that rescue very well. Also tried to body block a little bit with some success. Excitement is up, and again, this excitement doesn't necessarily mean the hunter was able to get the priestess down, but luckily she was able to catch him in the end, and the priestess is now on last effort. So the priestess is going to die in the corner to buy as much time as possible for her teammates as the geisha puts her back onto the chair, and we see that the last cipher is around 70% here, which I guess is not really bad for the last Cypher situation. Priestess is dead on chair though, so Dongx is going to make a beeline for this Cypher and chase away whoever comes near it.
Right, so turbulent turn of events here as Dongx tries to pick up the pieces in terms of getting these survivors down. We do know that one Cypher is remaining. It's really close to being primed, but rather is not being worked on at this time as the chase continues on to the first officer. Now the target of this point is going to take the basic attack and is going to be kiting away from this area as well. We do know that can't get super far with his kit, but is going to try nonetheless. The charge hit does not land, allowing him to throw down that pallet and gain a little bit more distance, but we do know that Geisha has all the time in the world to gain more distance with her butterflies. So first off, we're doing a really good job so far of containing the hunter, but unfortunately is going to be going down now as that last Cypher machine is inevitably going to be popped. 3 survivors are up and running as the detention on the geisha is active now. First officer is going to be utilizing that pocket watch and is going to buy a lot of time with that pocket watch as well here.
Yeah, and Geisha's trying to modify the range here so that she doesn't get hypnotized by the first officer, trying to go out of range of the pocket watch, and actually succeeded in that aspect. Teleporting to the gate right away after first officer is downed and manages to run into the antiquarian here. Gate wasn't quite ready to be open yet, and antiquarian so far keeping the geisha at bay. Oh, a nice pallet stun here on the geisha. No more excitement for geisha to work with at the moment since she switched to teleport and use that. So at this point, they're just trying to buy as much time as possible for the 2 survivors to run out of the gate on the other side. First officer has utilized self-heal already, so Geisha should not be able to dash the gate that quickly. It looks like it's going to be a tie for the survivor side. So Dongx did try very hard at the end to potentially turn that situation around, but luckily the survivors were able to handle the situation with the antiquarian using her skill to buy some additional time, enough time for the first officer to self-heal and for the patient to open the gate and for those 2 to leave, resulting us in a 2-2 tie between the 2 teams to start off. I feel like this has been a theme so far, Sato, is 2-2 to start us off, no matter what.
Yeah, it seems like that is our origin story of Caster Curses, but yeah, I do think that just in general, it's just a really healthy way to start off the game, as at least for the viewers, right? Because it shows a very natural back and forth, and both sides not really setting the pace in terms of letting the other team get the advantage. I keep saying that time and time again, but I just really want to like hone in onto that fact. So like we're starting off on like even grounds. Neither team can be underestimated or overestimated in that regard. So, job on both sides for being able to maintain just that draw aspect. We can hope that both teams are going to try for something in terms of being able to gain more points moving forward, but we'll have a look at the match stats really quick here. And, the Antiquarian as well as the first officer have really high amounts in terms of their containment time as well as Priestess, but we do know that the Antiquarian was there to help support for a lot of it, and the first officer just in general was doing a pretty good job too. So, yeah, good job to both sides so far.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see the excitement be utilized in this match. It seems like, well, it did help the hunter catch up to the survivor quicker after they entered the portal, but it didn't exactly help right away in the hunter to get the hit off the survivor. So I think they were effective, but I don't know if they were necessarily as effective as Donks hoped them to be. But at the same time, it's like, well, he did his job in securing the tie. The outcome is fine anyway. He's still down the survivor, so I guess it's fine here. But yeah, interesting to see. And we see that, I don't know, I guess like you're saying, Sarao, we'll see how the teams answer in the next match and the following matches, if there'll be any changes in strategy going towards a more aggressive team comp at some point. We will have to find out, but for now, we are just going to continue to follow the bans and picks of round 1 in Ever Sleeping Town. And the survivor so far that's been banned is that priestess who is a menace on Ever Sleeping Town for sure. ZQ's Hunter D is going to be up next, and D typically likes to play his Bonbon first. He does have some other characters, but Bonbon is typically the one that I associate with D. So we'll take a look at the bans and picks here. Female dancer band and entomologist band. So interesting here. We'll have to see if this pans out to be a Bonbon or not.
Right, so the anticipation on what D will actually end up picking is definitely like pretty strong in our minds right now. Again, taking a look at what we have next in terms of picks and bans is the Embalmer ban. So not something that I would necessarily say a Bonbon wants to deal with either, which could indicate a potential Bonbon. Um, but yeah, everything is up in the air at the moment. We do know that we are in a situation where, ooh, yeah, so we're going to also see a postman. So a good choice if they are anticipating that Bonbon due to that decoding letter being able to assist with overall cipher rush as well as, the mercenary known for having a little bit of a decoding debuff in general too. So for the most part, obviously the chase target ideally would be the post depending, but the rest of the survivors have an opportunity to navigate around the map and have a little bit of staying power potentially with their kits and their skills and abilities and such. So looking overall pretty okay, but we'll just have to see how they actually execute it in terms of um yeah, just execution and how things will play out with the second half match.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess the other thing is for D, D also has a wax artist too. And I noticed he didn't ban Seer, and both like Bonbon and wax artists are kind of hunters that don't necessarily like to ban Seer right off the bat. So that is something else to keep in mind. He really prioritized supporters over harassers though. So I don't know if this is necessarily looking like a wax artist ban, but it could definitely be an option as well. Oh yes, we will be seeing a wax artist by D. So yeah, we'll see how this battle here works out. I mean, there's still the antiquarian who's a stunner, and wax artist, as we know, does have some counter mechanisms to stuns.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, I don't know. We'll have to see how it works out for them. But the wax artist is spawning closest to the patient and the antiquarian here. I don't know. The antiquarian, you might want to target her right off the bat as a wax artist, I feel like, because I think she's a little bit easier to chase or to deal with her stuns as chasing her, as opposed to like her coming in with stuns for support. He does kind of counter the antiquarian, but at the same time, I have seen the thing happen where it's like the antiquarian gets the hit on with her stick on the wax artist, and then the wax artist like can't utilize, like he can't hit the antiquarian back for quite a while. So the antiquarian actually manages to get away to like a nearby pallet or something and momentarily escape from the wax artist's grasp after being temporarily frozen, like the same time that the wax artist couldn't hit her, if that makes sense. So it might just be a battle between the two stunners here, I guess. But he is indeed going after the antiquarian first, so we'll see how this chase and kite goes.
Yeah, very true, lychee. We are having this target be again on the antiquarian here, so already going to use that bamboo fruit to gain a little bit more distance here. The wax artist is going to wax off that window to eliminate a potential escape route opportunity, and the antiquarian is going to kite away from this area as well, throwing down the pallet. again, the name of the game against a wax artist such as this is you want to avoid the line of sight potential, which the Antiquarian is doing a good job of so far. But yeah, so not really getting that wax accumulation as much as ZQD would really prefer to do so. Actually, I take that back. Immediately going to get that stun onto the Antiquarian and inevitably going to hit her as well. So now, he's going to continue with the chase. Is going to be stunned out for a little bit due to that wax, and is finally going to be going down. So, good start so far. However, because it is essentially a 3-cipher kite. But we're gonna have to see how Do5 responds to this in turn.
Yeah, and I think this is the mercenary who got chased off of his cipher. This middle cipher, I feel like often gets camped by the wax artist due to its really central location. And this is actually one of the maps where I see occasionally if the camping goes really well, like chair and cipher camping, then survivors can potentially have a hard time finishing the ciphers. But for now, we're going to see the mercenary come in for the rescue, and the antiquarian momentarily has gone away, so Blink has to be used by the wax artist in order to catch up to the antiquarian. D here, staying out of antiquarian's range and finally manages to catch up and down the antiquarian. So she wasn't able to kite too long after the last effort. Meanwhile, antiquarian goes back onto the chair. She does have another chair life left, and the other ciphers, we see that the last two are being decoded as we speak. This time the survivor was not chaired near those two ciphers, which is very good news for the survivors here. And mercenary's coming in here for another rescue.
Yeah, super interesting. Is unfortunately going to be stunned out with that wax taking the hit, eventually going to fall down in this regard. So in that case, the mercenary is going to try to do his best to body block to allow that antiquarian the opportunity to rebound kite. So far so good, as the last two cipher machines are ticking away. It's only a matter of time now, but antiquarian needs to buy a little bit more time to buy for the last cipher machine to pop. It seems like ZQD is doing his best. The hot wax is popped, and unfortunately is a little bit too late in that regard, knowing it is too risky to really try anything else. The mercenary is up along with the other two survivors, as detention is in the air, and they all scramble to continue on with the exit gate decoding, but a lot of discipline shown on Do5 here to not immediately commit to that back exit gate, knowing that he is going to be walking towards it. We do that he knows that tinnitus is being proc, so trying to find where the survivors are going at this point, but instead going to opt to go to the other exit gate and apply a little bit more pressure over there as well.
Yes, and teleport is being utilized here as soon as it is available. So D has now set his eyes onto the postman, ZYJ. I mean, probably better than the patient who has 3 hooks, but at the same time, the postman does have a little bit of distance on the wax artist, and the dungeon is nearby. So we'll see how long he can last. Does have 60% wax on him so far, but the other two survivors are pretty much at the gate and out the gate already. Still not quite frozen yet, the postman here, but the wax artist with detention is doing a good job of cutting off his path from that dungeon. And he is, oh, the wax artist was, he's given him enough room to run to the dungeon. Oh,
wow.
no.
That was a mistake on the wax artist's part. When you thought that he was like blocking off the pathways that the postman could take, which would, in theory heighten the chance of being able to get him down, it just ends up letting him just sneak by like that. So again, kind of a misplay on the side of the wax artist, but congratulations on the survivors managing to get a 3 escape in that regard. Definitely not something I would have anticipated with how the match was going, but good on them. Like I always say, for certain hunters especially, it's kind of easy to capitalize on the mistakes of survivors and snowball from there, but in the end it was kind of a reverse. The postman was able to capitalize on the mistake of the wax artist and get what could have been a really back and forth draw into win and an advantage for their team. So good on them, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. The wax artist it's just like you said, Sato. The wax artist kind of gave the postman too much room to sneak by at the end. Perhaps feeling a little bit too pressured at the end. And it just gave the postman the perfect escape opportunity since the gate was open for the other two teammates and they could just leave. So yeah, we're taking a look at the stats here. And Antiquarian has the highest kiting time, followed by the mercenary and the postman. And meanwhile, the wax artist here, 6 hits on survivors, 4 times that survivors were downed. All in all, the match was less than 5 minutes, which is fairly quick. But really, the only time the wax artist pressured the ciphers was during that original the original first chair. So not too much ciphers being pressured here either. They did a good job of keeping the last 2 ciphers in a faraway place. I shouldn't say they kept the ciphers far away, but they did a good job of figuring out which ciphers to prioritize, and the last 2 that were being decoded were far away from the kiter that ultimately went down when the ciphers needed to be primed. So that pretty much allowed them to be alive at the end game here.
I mean, we all saw it happen before our eyes. Still can't believe that happened. Well, I mean, I suppose, yeah, the pressure gets to you when you are in a setting like this. So hopefully that is a lesson well learned and they'll value a little bit more patience and yeah, just generally patience and discipline moving forward. We saw discipline show also from the side of the survivors not wanting to commit to an exit gate right away. And with that teleport in tow as well, they were really smart to also not, again, commit to an exit gate right away. So, yeah, big congrats on the survivors. It was a really good attempt from the wax artists, and hopefully this is, again, just a lesson moving forward. And they can play it more carefully as they continue on. But it seems like we're gonna have a look at the rocket chair victims as well, which are both rescuers notably. So just a little fun tidbit to watch as we buy a little bit more time in between matches here.
Yeah, we see this number finally reach 100, so I guess Mercenary's gonna take off here. So that's quite fun. I think it's funny that the ceiling actually like opens up for them to fly out of this place.
Yeah, they spent their whole life building this building just to watch people go explode in the sky for it, so they have a whole mechanism and everything.
Yeah. And these numbers are going up as well. I don't know, will we get to see this first officer fly into the sky as well or not?
Seems like it is, even though it was a lot slower than the mercenary. That's unfortunate, but yeah, I mean, it's really funny to see the whole ceiling just open up a panel like it was designed for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So fun. I guess that concludes round 1 of our last match of the day. So round 1, I guess it started off 2-2 and now we have a 3-1 in favor of Doe 5, which is not a huge point difference, but at the same time it does mean Doe 5 takes the first round. So this is technically a match point for Doe 5, and they have the map selection. It is Lakeside Village, which is quite interesting for a map selection. I feel like this one's not too often seen early on by the pro teams, but at the same time, occasionally it is. There are definitely some teams who like it more than other teams, I will say that. So we'll see what antics these teams are up to, or I shouldn't say antics, but like what strategies these teams will bring out on Lakeside Village. To start off, we have the bans and picks here. Bloody Queen being banned right off the bat, which is quite interesting. Hunter here is D, so I don't know, I guess they're not afraid of D's bonbon on this very large map here, and would rather be would rather not play against his Bloody Queen. And we'll now see the picks.
I mean, in theory, right, it kind of makes sense due to the fact that, like, both of those games that we witnessed so far were pretty neck and neck up until the point, again, that the wax artist let the postman slip by. So not allowing a tie hunter come out like that gives more room for opportunity to either, I mean, there's always like the coin flip of, you know, more than a tie for the hunter in terms of elimination or less than that. So eradicating one really strong tie hunter is um something I can respect, but you know, to look at the other picks and bans, the patient, the postman, and the entomologist have been banned on the survivor side. And yeah, the acrobat has been locked in as we await Do5's final survivor pick. So um again, nothing really surprising. I wouldn't expect to see any like really niche non-meta picks out of Do5, but first time today, we are going to be seeing the psychologist come out to play. I am Dr. Seuss, actually, so take the mic away.
I love that, Sada. Yeah, but my rhymes aren't gonna be as good as yours, so I'll just take a look at what's going on here. But Do5 seems to have come in with a more like stable team composition. We're only gonna have one harasser type of character. The rest of them, you got like a tanky character, you got the acrobat who can kite well, so I don't know. We'll see what D ends up choosing as the hunter here. Based on the bans and picks, I feel like it doesn't look like a geisha really. It doesn't really look like wax artist. Yeah, the Bonbon is going to get picked. So D is one of Bonbon's really good hunters, but at the same time, it is quite a large map, which sometimes the Bonbon has a little bit of difficulty with that. So we'll see how this Bonbon is going to tackle this team composition here on Lakeside Village.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm just trying to think of how, you know, the Bonbon just specifically plays into psychologists, because while the psychologist can tank these hits due to the extra health state she has due to like that passive stress relief she has, you would think like, yeah, she can stand against Bonbon, but I mean, when you have the spam of bombs, it kind of just negates that staying power that you would originally think she has. But that all depends on if the Bonbon really decides to commit to the psychologist, who has notably spawned or picked a spawn selection that's kind of far from Bonbon. And again, to emphasize that Village is a rather large map, so it will be a little bit of a foot race to get to the ideal TM survivor that you would want to get if it's not one of these three that is right in front of him. So again, it's just like in theory it's hard, but we do know how strong of a hunter he is, so we'll just have to see. And clarification, how strong of a hunter player he is, not necessarily Bonbon specific. But yeah, excited to also see psychologist used for the first time today. Hopefully we can see her executed well as well.
Yes, for sure. I think we'll just have to let the match speak for itself at this point. Like you said, we'll find out how strong the hunter is, and looking forward to his performance here. Also, the fun Monokuma skin here from the hunter, which is always fun to see. Looks like ZYJ is going to become the first target here. It's actually the acrobat, and they're going to revolve around the big boat. For the hunter, what am I trying to say? The hunter persona here, a slight loss for words. The hunter persona here, he has trump card and detention, and I believe it's blink as the trait, so hopefully can help him take down the survivor. But as for now, he is slowed down by the mud bomb, and the acrobat manages to dodge the bombs from the hunter as well. But not this bomb here.
Yeah, does take one chip damage in tow as he's gonna immediately try to go back onto the big boat, knowing that big boat is a pretty good prime area to be kiting on, is going to utilize that firebomb to his advantage to kind of slow the Bonbon as well to cancel his abilities. Unfortunately, is going to be taking that hit, kind of baits him to get off of that little bridge area, buying him a little bit more time and distance, but not too much here, as he is going to be one chip damage away from falling. That blink does miss, and wow, a really good use of that nitro bomb to not get hit in that situation. Unfortunately, will be falling down due to the bomb placement, however.
Yeah, that was quite a exciting quick back and forth right there with the blink missing and then the acrobat doing a really good bomb to fall over the window, but unfortunately falling down to that bomb chip there. Cipher here, we have almost 3 ciphers, a little bit short. I suppose one of them might have been the rescuer cipher that wasn't finished. It looks like the mercenary's face isn't up there upon the decoded ciphers. Actually, mercenaries just snuck right in while the hunter was distracted and rescued the acrobat, getting away scot-free. And acrobat here has Tide Turner on him, does get 1 chip damage. Let's see if he's able to last a little bit longer. Unfortunately, no, so he's going to go die in the water over here so that it takes a little bit longer for him to get chaired again. But unfortunate for the Bonbon that he wasn't able to gain an even bigger advantage through that camping, considering how good Bonbon is said to be at camping.
Right, a little bit of just Pink Panther coming in to sneak in from behind to do a backdoor rescue. But we take a look at the Cypher Machine progress. There are two that are rather close to being finished at this point in time. There is going to be a survivor here proccing that tonight. But wanted order is on him as well, so there is the knowledge of where Yihua is, and D can use this to his advantage, but trying to chase on Big Boat with the mercenary and the elbow pads is kind of a feat in its own, but seemingly going to stick to that as the acrobat does expire on the chair. Is going to again kind of navigate around the big boat, knowing that the terrain is to his advantage, and try to buy as much time possible for them to continue on with these last cipher machine. And yeah, seemingly you don't want to be chasing a mercenary, so going to switch targets at this point in time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if he keeps chasing the mercenary, the ciphers are for sure going to be primes by the time he gets, like, maybe even one hit on the mercenary. So, Bonbon here, now after this Antiquarian, and they are kiting kind of near this cipher that's 50%, so Mercenary is just going to start another one over on the big boat. Very quick decision to start another cipher, which doesn't seem like a bad idea. Antiquarian so far doing a good job of dodging. Oh,
Ooh.
so that was interesting because that actually got rid of the bomb when she used that swipe of the stick over there. Another really good bomb dodge. This Antiquarian is really good at juking these bombs here, apparently, and is going to continue to make distance against the Bonbon after forcing a regular hit. We see that 2 survivors are actually decoding the last cipher. They're trying to rush the last cipher and potentially get it done before the Antiquarian can even get onto the chair, and it is going pretty quickly. Antiquarian 1 chip down. This is a remote control bomb, so we are going to see Antiquarian go down. Ciphers are not quite ready to be popped, unfortunately, just a tad bit short. So this does mean the Antiquarian is going on a pretty far away chair, and Mercenary is going to have to make the trek over on the map to rescue this Antiquarian while the psychologist stays and pops a cipher on the other side.
Yep, and luckily Yihua was already on the move as soon as the Antiquarian was in balloons here. Is going to utilize one elbow pad to avoid these bombs and close the distance here. Does take one chip damage in attempting to do so. Does take another one. Needs to play this a little bit carefully as he expends one elbow pad here, completely replenishing no resources for the end of the game here. Unfortunately, the Antiquarian does get hit, but the last Cypher Machine is popped and the tension is in the air as the last 3 survivors continue on to try to go for the exit gate. Antiquarian is still going to be the target of tonight as well, and is also 1 chip damage away from getting hit, so really should be utilizing that bamboo flute as best as possible to keep the hunter at bay. The dungeon is in the area, so yeah, and the Antiquarian is doing a good job so far, buying a lot of time as unfortunately finally be falling down, but both Do5 and oh, never mind. Yihua is actually cut a little bit short from finishing that exit gate, and we're going to be seeing a double down situation, Lychee.
Yeah, and Bonbon knows the mercenary is going to heal slowly, so he's actually going to go back to the Antiquarian and try to chair the Antiquarian first. That was a pretty clutch down at the gate. Let's see what the game plan is for the survivors now. The psychologist looks like she was running around a bit, but then looks like she's going back. Oh, the mercenary actually was able to self-heal and get up, so he should be able to pull the rest of the gate here, and the Bonbon can't catch up to the mercenary, so mercenary's actually going to be able to find his way out at the very end. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, really just goes to show that you have to be on your toes this entire match here. We're expecting to see a little bit more than just a draw situation, but luckily the survivors were able to get that out as quickly as possible due to the self-heal and having that committal to go on the exit gate in the time that the antiquarian was buying while she was mid-kite at that detention kite. But good job from both sides, not really letting the other have the advantage at the end of the day. It was just, again, really good thing that the mercenary was really close to that exit gate, as well as it being really close to being done. So good fortune for the mercenary to live another day.
Yes, definitely true. The mercenary, I feel like if it was a couple seconds later, the mercenary, like if it took the mercenary a couple seconds later to self-heal, then the hunter might have caught up to him again by the time he got up. So very lucky there that the mercenary was able to self-heal given his slow healing time, and was able to make it out of the gate after that last self-heal there. A pretty close match there at the end, but all in all, it does come down to 2-2. This is a tie for the Bonbon there and to escape for the survivors. So that's what we have, and on survivor side, we're going to see the stats. Acrobat tanking most of the kiting, and for the Bonbon, head down the survivors 6 times there. So that's what we have.
We definitely do have a situation where we kind of expected that Bonbon to get the 3K. Look, again, luckily that was not the case in terms of the survivors, so roughed that out by the very last second. Yeah, I would say that's emphasizing the importance of having, increased healing speeds on characters like that. So if you're trying to go for something like that in rank, something to keep in mind, especially on a character like Mercenary who has that really slow self-healing speed. But I digress. Really close match overall. Have to see how each team responds moving on to the second half, as a tie situation isn't ideal for either side, I would say.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, 2-2, and last time Do5 had round 1, so I guess because next is Do5's Hunter up next in the next half of this round, we're really basically looking at whether or not the Hunter is able to get a win. Because if the Hunter gets a win, then this match is going to go to Do5, and the entire match up here is going to be Do5's win. But if the Hunter gets a tie, then it's going to go on to round 3. So survivors want to get at least a tie, ideally a win, whereas the Hunter wants to get at least a tie, but ideally a win as well. So yeah, bans and picks here, and they are going to ban the Dream Witch and bring out the Antiquarian and the Entomologist immediately after that ban.
Right, and we're gonna also continue looking at the survivor bands that have been chosen, which is the priestess and the barmaid. So yeah, I can't blame them for wanting to pick priestess on this map. It's very large and those portals can be devastating. Saw how devastating a global portal was in the past. Don't want to see that again as they lock in the psychologist as well, and another ban on the survivor, which is the forward. So not wanting to deal with forward specifically is rather interesting. But we are also going to see the choice of the wildling as well. So potentially, I'm not sure actually, Lychee, what do you think might be coming out to play that would force out a psychologist and a wildling pick from FPX.ZQ?
这其实这个阵容相对来说它有点肉，但是有点不太稳健。
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. Especially because they do have first officer available, but they chose the wildling instead. Because I was originally thinking like Dongx still has a Naiad too, although we often think of Naiad as more of like a tie hunter instead of necessarily a win hunter. But in that case, like first officer would have been nice. But on the other hand, if Dongx doesn't play Naiad, what else does he have? He has, of course, the geisha that we saw earlier, who's also more of a tie hunter, has wax artist and clerk as well, who could have some win potential, but I don't really know if this team composition is very clerk friendly. Yeah, Naiad is going to be the hunter of choice here for Dongx. I don't know, whenever I saw this map, I kind of felt like Naiad might come out, so indeed we are going to see that from Dongx. And I don't know, I just feel like against the Naiad, first officer is a very secure rescuer because sometimes others have trouble against her with the humidity and all, like the moisture, but him, even if he has to take that moisture hit and like ends up on his mini tide turner, he can still potentially pull off the rescue. But in this case, we'll see. At least the wildling can avoid being targeted as the chase target here and come in on his board for the rescue. So as long as they avoid the basement for the chairs, I feel like it might still be okay for the survivors on the rescue front. At least for the first few, but we'll see.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is end up in a basement against a Naiad where she can essentially drown you out due to the very long pools of humidity and moisture she's able to get. It's just a nightmare thinking about. I think I'll have a nightmare even like dwelling on that train of thought, but we're going to be getting into the match in a moment here. So just a like small reminder to chat. Remember to support and cheer on your favorite teams. If you're not having a specific team in particular in mind, you should go ahead and cheer on both because both teams worked really hard to get to where they are right now and are fighting very valiantly. But I digress. We're going to be heading right into the match here. The harpoon has been drawn as the Naiad is going to make her way towards her first target, drawing out these moisture circles as well. It seems like Dong X has caught sight of the antiquarian and is going to be committing to that first chase. Unfortunately, that pallet does block a little bit of the distance that would have been preferred to be closed off. No problem at all, as the harpoon has been drawn again and is going to try to drown the antiquarian in this shack area. So a really dangerous amount of moisture has been caused, but antiquarian is able to get out of it right away and gonna continue on around this area.
Yeah, and I think the antiquarian does have to beware the hunter's blink will be up a little bit soon. Oh, but the flywheel is being used to avoid the moisture damage there. So this kind of allows the antiquarian to get out of the area as well, which is good because the basement was also in that area, which we just talked about earlier. But blink is being used to start off the hit on the antiquarian. And we'll see how this Naiad can take her down. Antiquarian still has her item left, but not flywheel anymore. So she was luckily able to transition out of the moisture circle once again, and the Naiad will have to be forced to use her harpoon once again. B is there, though B's trying to slow down the hunter quite a bit, and Antiquarian was able to get a good swipe on the hunter there to block her from being able to hit for a few seconds.
Really good coordination from both of the survivors here, from the entomologist as well as the antiquarian. That, however, was a little bit questionable, but we did see a little bit earlier before how they were able to work in tandem with the bees to halt the Naiad as well as the stun to keep the Naiad in place. Fortunately, Antiquarian is going to be seeing the first chair for the first time, and the harpoon has been drawn, so going to see yet another lethal circle of death here from the moisture and humidity as continue to camp this chair to kind of apply a little bit more pressure, but it seems like the survivors are going to continue on with their cipher machines for the most part. Tinnitus is procced vaguely in the distance by Sands over here and is going to go on the board to buy some more time and just be a nuisance and distraction as well. Going to go towards the chair now that a lot of time has been bought and is going to attempt an after half rescue.
Yeah, so we'll see. The wildling is not quite close to the chair. Looks like he might be running away at this point instead of rescuing and sacrificing the antiquarian. So we will see the antiquarian go back to the manor, unfortunately. Cipher progress right now is about 2.5 ciphers with a little bit on the other one. So not too much cipher progress at the moment. It's kind of in the Naiad's favor. We do see the AI too is predicting at minimum a tie for the Naiad, most likely a tie, a 3 kill or 4 kill. Wildling here though is now a little bit vulnerable to the Naiad now that he doesn't have Boar to work with, and is taking 1 hit here. Naiad's blink will be up in a few seconds, so she might be able to go ahead and take down this wildling using the blink if she needs to. It might not even need to actually at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like the wildling knew what his situation was going to drop down into the water here to buy a little bit more time, knowing that the water slows down and would, yeah, again, buy a little bit more time. Unfortunately, is going to be seeing the chair for the first time. Did a good job to allow them to have 1 cipher remaining at this point, but it seems like Dongx is going to continue to try to drown out the area with these humidity circles. Tinnitus is being procced, and the psychologist is going to be the one who comes for the rescue. Luckily has that stress relief to work with in terms of gaining potential damage or taking a hit right now. Needs to play it rather carefully though, is going to be rather disciplined and not rescue right away to risk a chair shock, and was able to secure a before half rescue in that regard. Seems like Dongx is also going to try to focus sights onto the psychologist, kind of negating that stress relief ability, and now psychologist is kind of a running target, but Dongx knows where his priorities is and is going to both seek out the direction of the final cipher machine to prevent that from happening. So overall, gonna see Dong X continue on trying to navigate to what the target and priority is at this point, which it seems like going to be focusing on to drop.
Yeah, and drop the entomologist, we do see that they have already finished using all of the bees there. Some was used earlier for support. So right now is kind of a blank slate against the hunter. And at endgame, I suppose it makes sense for dogs to change the target too if he has to, because, well, first of all, that change allowed him to guard the cipher, but also at the endgame, the wildling is not exactly the target that you want to deal with. Like the entomologist with no bees or the psychologist is definitely a better choice.
Ooh.
However, this blink here on the entomologist was just missed, which is quite a missed opportunity by the hunter here, allowing the entomologist to survive for quite a while longer. And in the end, ultimately goes down to a basic attack from the Naiad.
Yeah, rather unfortunate turn of events, even putting aside the fact that that blink was missed. Because looking at the cipher, or not the cipher, the survivors' health states, they are both injured, so it might make this rescue a little bit difficult as Dong X is going to have the moisture circles continue on. We do see Sans X is going to be riding up on the boar as well to come in and pressure as the whoa, we're going to be seeing the moisture hit. The cipher machine has been popped, unfortunately, and now we're in a situation where Dong X is having the advantage here. So again, super unfortunate series of events here as Dong X is going to try to figure out where the last remaining survivor is potentially.
Yeah, that rescue there took a dark turn for FPX.ZQ. They potentially could have had 3 survivors up and running at the end game here, and instead they only have one, which is the psychologist, who is quite vulnerable to a hunter who has the tension. But luckily the Naya doesn't quite seem to know where she is, so she should be able to get to the dungeon before the hunter does. This is looking like a 1 survivor escape for FPX.ZQ, which means that Doax actually achieves his objective of getting a win in this match and manages to secure Do5 a position as a qualifying team in Call of the Abyss 6 for mainland China. So congrats to Do5 to start. I will say for FPX.ZQ, I don't know, I kind of want to think back again to that rescue there, what happened, because yeah, the wildling basically succumbed to the moisture there, and then they popped the Cypher and Donax was ready for it. He downed the wildling right away and completely stuffed that rescue even against the Cypher pop, which was quite impressive right there. But yeah, Sadako, what are your thoughts about that? We are finding out this qualifying team. It's been a 2-0. Exciting match between the 2 pro teams.
Yeah, I mean, big congrats to Do5 for making, lemonade out of lemons here. So, it's just really amazing to think about. Well, in terms of Naiad, right? Because traditionally a draw hunter, but when you take into account things like the moisture circles, that can be such an oppressive thing. And even just like in general, how quick that attack animation is from the basic hit. It really was just, insult to injury back to back. It was kind of hard to see that. It was a really valiant attempt on FPX.ZQ survivors who tried to go for that rescue, but ultimately just showing the strength of the Naiad and having that camping ability, and especially when the survivors were in a state where they were injured and was playing it really risky, even putting aside the fact that the wildling had the boar. And we did see that someone in chat, Esther, did point out that you need a rescuer against naiads who have hard camp, and wildling isn't necessarily the ones that we would have like to be seen brought out against a hunter like naiad. So rather unfortunate, but it was Do5's win, an advantage. So big congrats to them for securing that, just really exciting to see how quick the tides can turn in literal couple of seconds there. I can't say that I have a favorite match in mind. Just overall, like not even like putting aside the matches, just in general. I think overall, my favorite part about today, in terms of what we've witnessed so far, is that we've seen, well, not in this matchup specifically, but a lot of variety and like in terms of just character picks in general, as well as teams really just coming and proving themselves when we've seen a lot of repetition of, these constant matches of draws, or when they're in the face of defeat, they come back even stronger and end up winning their games. So, yeah, I mean, just amazing to see how, like, little bit niche picks, the variety of spice of life can actually come to be useful, or even comfort picks in terms of character selection can still be something that you can count on at the end of the day. So, yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of like fun little points that have been interesting to watch and entertaining to watch as a viewer. And that's just personally my take. I know that's kind of avoiding the question that you had, Lychee, but if you had a favorite match, you can feel free to share it with us too.
对，像东选的话，他第一局其实班位上面是做着什么呢？做着调酒心理以及先知，都已经把一些比较针对梦之女巫的角色搬了，但是他反手拿出来一手红蝶。既然你是敢拿这手病患的，我就敢掏这手红蝶。
是的，是的，是的，哎，真的只能说突出一个自信吧。像第一周的比赛，他打完他的淘汰只有1点几，但是他第2周上场，我们看到他的表情也没有变，还是那个乐观的东玄，还是那个自信的东玄。然后通过后面的比赛，虽然说我们没有看到他在那么大杀四方了，但是我们可以看到他和这个队伍融合的更好了，不像以前，他以前经常
You're on mute.
拼一下三抓，或者说我得去。
I'm like on mute again.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I was just too excited to share that I had myself muted, unfortunately. But yeah, I was just gonna say, like, we saw a different flavor for every matchup of the day, starting off with the GR versus GW revenge match, where we saw GW bring out characters like Thief, Lucky Guy, which was super cool to see. And ultimately, GR did win, though, so they were able to defeat GW this time, and it was great to see their comeback. TUI versus FAF too. FAF were kind of expected as a little bit of an underdog coming in against TUI. They even said it themselves. They didn't expect themselves to win. So I think it was really cool to see that they did win, especially with the Jack the Ripper that we saw there. And then finally today we ended off with 2 professional teams, Do5 and FPX.ZQ, who are very strong as well and really showcase their strength. But like I said, I'm really happy that the Do5 survivors were able to show some improvement. Cool to see that Dong X is also still very strong, as we would expect him to be, and looking forward to everything that they have to show as a qualifying team for mainland China. And of course, FPX.ZQ, we can look forward to what they can show us for the rest of the qualifiers, and hoping that they can put up a good fight and potentially qualify as well for mainland China. I have to say that the Ripper match was really exciting, but I think all of the GR versus GW matches were kind of my favorite ones of the day. So that's what I have to say on the matter. But I guess as we kind of wait for the best deductions to be shown, I do want to give a little bit of a shout out to some of the people on the IVLychee team as well, because they help out a lot with the videos that I put out on this channel. So to start off, I want to give a shout out to Han, Neo Psyche as well. Those 2 have been in the chat today. You saw them as the moderators in the chat today. So thanks for showing up. And also Lying J, who you may have seen was one of my co-casters on the previous stream. And they also work on the videos for the channel as well. So shout out to you guys. Also to the translators who have recently worked on videos. Jeroen, Frog Soup, Rui, Rachel, Ven, you guys are awesome as well. To our proofreaders, Birdie, Tsubomi, and Topaz, and typesetters, Del and Eidolon, a Spanish translator as well who has been helping out recently, Koro. You guys are really awesome and appreciate having you guys as a part of the IVLychee channel staff here. And also a lot of the people who helped out in the past who aren't necessarily really active anymore or active at the moment, but Vicky, Nezumiko, Floor, Seun, Alexis, and Rice, and Yobu, you guys are appreciated for the work that you've contributed in the past as well. So thank you all very much. And also, I have to say, shout out again to Sadaquil, my co-caster of the day. You guys should check out her Twitch. I have it linked in the video description. And I always have a blast whenever we get to commentate together. So I'm really happy, ZQ, that you decided to stick it out with me today, despite the fact that the last time we casted together, it was a 9-hour stream. So thank you as well, and I hope you had fun today.
Absolutely, Lychee. It's always an honor to get the opportunity to cast with you. Again, if you are unaware of our origin stories, I suppose you could say, we were the very first partners, I guess you could say, as well, to, well, let me rephrase that. In midst of going through our casting rehearsals and stuff, we were randomly paired together. So we had been originally practicing with each other for the first time at the start of, I guess you would say, our casting careers. So it was an honor to be able to have the opportunity to pick our co-casters again. And, you know, me and Lychee, we have that, I guess, foundation to go off. And again, just an honor to continue forward with that and have the opportunity to cast with Lychee as well. I had a lot of fun. I know Lychee said it too. Lychee had a lot of fun as well. Hopefully, we can continue casting with each other in the future. But yeah, I mean, again, shout out to Lychee too for letting me co-cast with her on this stream as well. I know there is quite a few of you that come in as reoccurring viewers or even new viewers that came in to stop in today. We definitely appreciate your support and your love for Identity 5. So definitely keep coming to the days that are ahead of us as well. There's a lot of exciting matches that are going to come up in the future. So remember to stay tuned and, you know, keep checking the social media, you know, forums and stuff as well to continue to be updated as well. So yeah, a lot of new things and exciting news to come forward. But it seems like we're still going to be waiting for the deduction star, I suppose you would say, to be selected at this time.
Yes, looks like we are indeed waiting. But yeah, I'm glad that we got some of those recurring viewers in the chat like you mentioned. I saw Jong in here, so thanks for coming. Esther, of course, thank you for letting me know whenever my mic is on mute, but also just appreciate the support in general and coming to Sadako and I's streams and things like that. So we saw one of our other co-casters, Veronica, here earlier in the chat. So just really appreciate the support that we've gotten from everyone so far. But we are going to finally go take a look at the deduction, the best deduction. And here it is, Do5ZYJ, the postman, who had a very exciting dungeon run in today's match, if we can remember. We see here their stats. I don't know. I feel like it's more so like the gameplay speaks louder than the stats, you know? So I won't go through everything here, but I will say, like, ZYJ, really very much a valued kiter of the Do5 team and has been with Do5 for quite a long time now. And getting to see him kite very well is always really fun, and I'm glad what we got to see today was his postman.
Yeah. Right, and it seems like we're going to head into the player interview here with, hopefully, Lychee will be able to translate. If not, we value the effort.
Yes. And it is the star today, ZYJ. So Do5 had three straight wins in qualifiers. Asking him how he's feeling. Yeah. So I mean, I guess he did mention they were in the bracket full of IVL pro teams, so they had a pretty good run this year, this time. He said they felt like they would be able to win. Asking him about the dungeon run moment. And he was very nervous, but managed to make a prediction against the hunter that allowed him to get the escape. Now ask about the lakeside match where he played acrobat. How did they communicate the rest of the match after the first elimination? And also she's asking about the endgame situation. It was almost a 3-kill, but and he said, when I asked how he's feeling, he said if they felt like they were in the ICU at that moment. Asked about how he feels about his performance, he said he thought it was alright. Anything they want to adjust during the upcoming weeks they have off, I guess. The coach will prepare for the bans and picks, I think he said. I didn't catch the whole thing. Anything they want to eat or celebrate with. He doesn't know yet, but they will eat something.
I would hope so.
Any players they really want to meet or play against? He said foreign teams. He wants to be able to communicate or connect with the foreign teams.
Nice.
And any words to fans who have supported Do 5? Hope everybody can keep supporting them. That's it for the player interviews, and now they're going back to the caster screen, which I suppose means for you and I, ZQ, that we are basically done today. This is kind of the final wrap up. So once again, thank you for everybody who attended. I'm saying this like it's some kind of formal event. Thanks for everybody for showing up in the chat. It was really fun to do this kind of stream on our channel, and I hope that in the future we might have the chance to do something like this again. But if not, looking forward to watching the rest of Call of the Abyss with you guys. And thanks once again, ZQ. And we're gonna see today's match results. I'll have that on the screen. But any last words, ZQ?
Yeah, I mean, just continue to keep supporting Identity 5, keep supporting the players as they continue to move forward within the tournament and fight for their spots moving on. This means a lot to them. They practice really hard. And again, thank you guys so much for coming to support both me, Lychee, as well as the players, and continue showing your love and support for Identity 5. I hope to see you guys some other time, and to take care, everyone. A pleasure.
Yes. All right. Well, with that, I mean, I see they're showing the brackets, but I think it's okay if we go ahead and end the stream here. They will be posting the brackets later on after all. So thank you so much again, everyone, and have a good night, morning, day, whichever part of the world you're at, and goodbye.